Hyderabad is the capital and largest city of the Indian state of Telangana, based on the Deccan Plateau along the banks of the Musi River. Much of Hyderabad is situated on hilly terrain around artificial lakes, including the iconic Hussain Sagar Lake, predating the city's founding. Hyderabad is famous for its historical landmarks like the Charminar and Golconda Fort, a majestic citadel with rich history, known for producing diamonds like the Kohinoor, Hope and Regent. Historically, Hyderabad was a global center for diamond and pearl trade and earned its nickname City of Pearls. Since the 1990s, the city has emerged as an Indian hub of pharmaceuticals, biotechnology and information technology. The Telugu film industry, based in the city, is the highest grossing film industry in India in recent years. The world-class Ramoji Film Studio, located on the outskirts, is a testament to its contribution to not just regional cinema, but catering to pan-India cinema as well. The talk about Hyderabad cannot be complete without a mention of its cuisine. For the record, the city is listed as a creative city of gastronomy by UNESCO. And if you ask why, just sample the world-famous Hyderabadi biryani. Sport is an integral part of Hyderabad's culture, and the HCL Cyclothon is making its mark as a premium sporting event. Now in its second season, HCL Hyderabad Cyclathon 2025 has raised its stakes, and the participants are keen to make their mark.
Hello and welcome to the HCL Cyclothon live streaming here from Hyderabad. My name is Avinash and with me is Ritesh. We are so excited to bring to you this amazing race. Ritesh, how excited are you for today?
I'm very excited, Avinash. Happy to be here.
Amazing. So you can see the live feed of Prime Arena. All roads lead to Prime Arena today in Hyderabad. The weather is slightly cold, but the roads are expected to be hot, and the action is going to be extremely hot.
On the screen.
I'm actually waiting for the action on the road, and I'm sure that everything is going to be hot.
So this is also a national ranking event. Put your best and then the national ranking. From where we are going to select the
So the HCL Cyclothon.
It was a very well organized event.
I think it's a one-of-a-kind cycle race that happens in Chennai on completely closed roads. It's like ultra safe and ultra competitive.
The traffic management was also very nice.
It was an amazing race. The roads were blocked. It was fun to race.
Government of Telangana extending all their support.
HCL Group, which is promoting the sport of cycling. It is of HCL Cyclothon series. This is the second of this season, and third being at Bangalore in January, and the fourth will be in NOIDA. in the month of March. Four races in a year, and with this kind of facilities and the prize money, really kudos to the HCL and Cycling Federation of India. We have with us the Commissioner Power City, Secretary General Cycling Federation of India, who has been promoting the cycling sports in the country with this immense effort, day and night. And we have lined up at least 10 races in this season. I appreciate the riders riding in a disciplined manner. We have drove at the finish line and you have been watched all the races. We want here is the goal, nobody will get any better move. On the finish line, see that you are in the lane. Nobody will be the cut. And after, let me remind you, last race, is 5-1-1 which will carry 40 season and second marking is delegated for next of the year. Many riders will exercise driving will either be one of them will be delegated or equal by also depending on the type of marking. On 1 kilometer, the neutral zone, follow the riders, nobody will overtake. And 99 the zero zone, the zero hill, the race will start. After the finish, the winner will go right here in front of the immediately after the next line. Then we will go to the next weekend. Winner will go and go here. Winner.
So here we see the professional race participants lining up. These are some of the best athletes, some of the best cyclists in the country.
Hyderabad. The board talked about cycling events in Hyderabad. So they are
Stand by. Speak. Hello. So as you know today, there will be two different routes for the different category riders, north route and the south route. The pro riders will go on the north route, which I feel is a little more technical. What do you feel, Avinash?
Absolutely. So there are very slight inclines, or rather the road kicks up ever so slightly. The riders will try to take advantage of each other, and the breakaways are likely to be formed. It will be very exciting to see how it proceeds.
Yeah, I also agree. So the
Right now, 10 minutes is what we're expecting. I request all my volunteers and teams to be ready. We are also live streaming this particular event.
If a breakaway gets formed and when it gets formed, and the tactics will be at their peak.
And one more interesting fact is for the amateur riders, the race actually starts downhill. So it will be very interesting to see how the starting will be because it will be power packed start.
Yeah, don't count the amateurs off. They are there. We have some very good riders who have raced locally in our events here in Hyderabad. We there are very strong riders, especially on the group rides. We both when we ride, we find a lot of competitive riders in the amateur category as well. So it will be very exciting to watch the amateur road race as well.
I agree, Avinash.
So now you can see the amateur riders in the holding area, and I'm really looking forward to what how this race pans out. Amateurs, as you know, will go for raw power. There will be tactics. There will be very interesting tactics that get developed. They don't know each other. There are no teams, so it will be very exciting how they work together to try and win the race.
We don't know if they have secretly formed any teams. But yeah, just to reiterate, so there are different categories of road races today. So the first one is professional road race, which is 48 kilometers. Then there would be amateur road race 48 and 24 kilometers. Then amateur MTB road race, which is 22 kilometers, and then the green ride, which is 10 kilometers.
Yeah, the green ride seems to be an exciting opportunity for cyclists. Now here we see the flag off
Yeah.
of the professional road race, and off they go.
So the initial 1 kilometer will be a neutral zone. So this is a zone where every cyclist have their chance to be warmed up because it's slightly cold here in Hyderabad, in outskirts of Hyderabad. So a warm up is very crucial because they probably didn't have much time to get warmed up.
Yeah, 48 kilometers to go. It's going to be a very exciting game, and I think a lot will depend also on how well the riders are hydrated, how well the nutrition works for them. That's also very critical.
All the professional road race riders, are you ready? As you all can see the digital clock just a few minutes before the flag off. Good morning, everybody. For those of you who are watching us online, across India and globally, a very warm welcome, namaskaram, swagatam. This is HCL Cyclothon, the second edition at Hyderabad at this fantastic venue, Prime Arena. HCL promises to make the fitness even better every year. And right now, today you will be able to witness the grandeur, the magnum event of cycling. Yes, across the country, we have the professional cyclists right here, and we are flagging them off in a few minutes from now. So get ready with your cup of tea or coffee and sit down right here because the excitement and thrill is just about to begin. Bringing the community of 300 plus riders to 12,500 community, and today at Hyderabad we have a registration of 2,500 riders across all the 5 category of race. Right now we'll be flagging off the professional riders, followed by which we'll be having the amateur 48 kilometers flag off. My dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, this is the sheer moment where we have been waiting for to see the riders hitting the road and performing their best. And for all the riders here kudos to you. Your time, patience, energy, sacrifices, and all of that put together. Fitness, we are gonna see you live today. Everyone are gonna appreciate your energy, and we are gonna recognize the best riders, because every rider takes the pain, every rider takes the game. So, all of you who are watching us online right now, this is a live streaming. I, your host Jyoti Sukumar, delighted to welcome you to the HCL Cyclothon, and have a look at my riders. They are all get up and ready. How are you, dear riders? All my professional road race riders, we are getting the energy high. They're all set just 4 minutes from now. Over to you.
Okay, riders, from here,
Bro, back.
U-turn,
Bro, back.
you have a neutral zone of 1 kilometer. Okay, and last cut will your U-turn. Before that, you have to finish line. You have to take the points, and from finish line there is a 150-meter U-turn. So always be careful on the turning, that you have to take an immediate break after the sprint. And therefore, this is only start point, so this is not the finish line. Finish line is about 500 meters behind. Okay, and after the finish, there is a U-turn immediately. Last cut, there is a U-turn. There will officials are there. Okay, and also pilots will be there.
The professional road race riders, male, are ready, and I'm delighted to welcome the dignitaries on the dais. I welcome Mr. Rajat Chandolia, Associate Vice President and Head Brand Strategy, HCL Group. I request Major General Ajay Mishra to join us on stage. General Officer Commanding Telangana and Andhra Sub-Area will flag off the show, as well as we have Mr. Pal Singh, Maininder Pal Singh, Secretary General Cycling Federation of India, CFI. The three gentlemen are all set to flag off the professional road race riders this morning. My dear riders, can I hear that energy of yours? 3, 2, 1! Lovely, lovely. I know you set and save your energy for more to go. I'm sure you're well versed with your rules, and a warm welcome to all the dignitaries on stage. The time is clicking. We have just a few more minutes and a few more seconds to go. We flag off on time. So let me ask my riders, you're all set to go. Do your best. Make sure that today you make your dream come true. The best timing that you thought of, you perform it today. Let's think good. Let's think big. We are a part of HCL Cyclothon, the second edition at Hyderabad. Requesting all the dignitaries to please be ready as we are taking the time. It's just 30 more seconds before we start the countdown. So are you ready? Yes? With a big thumbs up and a big smile on stage. Assal Tadgidele, Hyderabad. We are ready to conquer the road today, my professional road race riders. We are looking up to you. And the people watching you online on stream, they are praying for you to come back safe, to come back in the winning spirit. So we start the timer. Everybody focus on the digital clock, and we say a 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there you go! It's sharp 6 a.m. and we flag off the professional road race riders. Have an amazing ride. All the best to all my riders. More energy, more power to you.
Clean the legs, warming up, and already there are people trying to get into a kind of a advantageous position from here, and there they are taking the U-turn.
Yeah, so 1 kilometer neutral zone. So now everyone is looking towards their teammates, thinking how we should tackle this. everyone is excited. So as you see, sun is also up. So I think the conditions would be visible. Visibility will be better. I think it's a little cold out there, but it will only help them cool.
Absolutely. Pristine roads here. You can see the ORR cycling track also by the side, which is you know a shining light in Hyderabad cycling community. So we can see a few riders trying to form a break, the rider looking backwards and trying to find his teammates.
Yeah, so if you see here, you are seeing ahead of the race. So people are pushing themselves.
Yeah, I think jostling for positions, trying to find groups to work with will be very crucial. Staying at the front at the beginning of the race may not be advantageous, but if you are strong, you'll find teammates, and even the breakaway can win. So you never know, but it's going to be a very interesting
That is
start.
true. That
So
is
this
true.
is, I think, the start of the professionals women as we see the men's race.
Yeah. So here we are seeing the head of the men's race. I think they are still in the neutral zone. So the speed is still controlled. There's no overtaking as of now. But soon we'll see the action. And this is basically the one of the most power packed race that is going to happen in the country. So 95 plus registrations in men's.
Yeah, that is a big bunch, and people would know that there are 95 riders, and the strength of the peloton in this case will be huge. So breakaways might get formed, but it might be controlled. And as you can see, the sun rising also giving the perfect setting for this race. And I think it's perfect weather as well. We are in the beginning of November, winter just setting in, and this is the season. This is the season for cycling in Hyderabad. And as you can see, the peloton surging ahead.
Yeah, so if you see, there are 25 registrations for women's elite, and I would say, considering past years, 25 registrations in elite women category, they are just uh, encouraging.
Absolutely. So here you can see a part of the course. I think the course slightly kicks up here. It's a very interesting part. It's not a very big climb, but the road just kicks up ever so slightly. So it will be interesting to see how the riders respond to this change in elevation, and it will be interesting to see how they tackle the U-turn at the end of this part of the race.
Yeah, safety is very important here at the U-turns. Everyone should be very well disciplined while taking U-turns. They should not overtake. So that is very important. And we see here, so the road will kick up slightly here. I think so, uh, and that is when we will see some action because some of the lighter riders might try to gain some advantage here.
Yeah, now we see a one-man breakaway kind of forming, one rider going ahead, surging past the group, looking to see if anyone is joining him, but
Yeah,
doesn't seem to be. No one seems to be following the break.
yeah,
Here
no
is
one is.
the route.
Yeah, no one is following as of now. But if you see here, in the animation, there will be multiple laps for the 48 kilometer.
It's going to be very interesting, especially the area where they go towards the Kollur exit. I think towards the north. So I think the road towards the north will be very interesting, where there is a slight uphill.
Yeah, and
As you can see, the one man breakaway.
there will be six laps here, so approximately 8.2 kilometers per lap. And if you see here, there is one person who's in the breakaway and showing incredible power and going really fast. and the peloton is just behind that. The person, I think, maybe 100, 200, and 150 meters. But everyone is looking at each other on who will be surging past.
Yeah, I think there is another rider following, trying to join the lead rider. Pushing himself towards that first person, and it will be very interesting to see how the peloton responds to this break.
Yeah, so I would say that it's this ride, this 48 kilometers is short enough so that breakaway can sustain, and if two or three riders can join, that would be good. So if you see here, if this is elite women category riders riding in the neutral zone, so they are in the controlled pace as of now.
Yeah, I think the women peloton looking very relaxed, but here the men peloton, the second rider being joining the first rider. Still, the peloton is within the reach. They are not too far behind, but you can see them surging ahead. The two man breakaway.
Yeah, so if I would say that if they can form a break of 4 to 5 people, that would be ideal. If someone from Peloton they can join, that would be ideal.
The women, the peloton looks extremely relaxed at the moment, trying to find their feet, trying to ascertain how the course will behave, looking at each other, and trying to form partnerships within the bunch.
So ahead of the women's Peloton, still in the neutral zone, you can see women, elite women riding. So if you can see here, so the yeah, so we have reached the first U-turn of the elite men's. So I think the breakaway has got the peloton has got to the breakaway. The peloton is just going to the breakaway.
Yeah, we were mentioning exactly that the U-turns are going to be the highest, the points where they need to show the highest technical ability. And here you can see a few more people trying to form a sort of a 4 to 5 man breakaway. Let's see how many riders can catch up, or even
We're
the
super
breakaway can be
excited to
swallowed by the
welcome
peloton.
the,
I think it's
the
getting swallowed
amateur road
Yeah,
race
completely.
riders.
it has already been
48
swallowed. I think there is one
kilometers.
person who's trying
So
to
we're excited to
get
have
away,
them joining us in a
but
pace
no
and
Yeah,
one has
time.
followed the
Stay
person.
there, stay
I
there,
think
break
that's
up.
Dinesh Kumar.
yeah.
I
So we have
request
the
all the
first time
yellow bib
splits
riders to please
being
stay
available
hold.
at
Hold
4.1
on, hold
kilometers.
on.
Dinesh
Yes,
Kumar
yes,
leading the
yes.
race with
I know
Santosh
that you're
Purani, Nihal
excited to
Nada
be here, but then
following.
this is the flag off
So
area, and
good
I
pace
request all
for a
my
start,
riders
and another
to get
breakaway
ready.
getting
All the
formed. So
male riders,
it's
amateur
kind of
road
like
race, 48
a
kilometers.
big cat and mouse game happening in the men's professional road race.
Yeah, you can see here the women elite. Here the amateur riders are getting flagged off. They will be waiting at the start point
I
to
request all my riders to
start the
please
race.
make
I
sure
think
that you have
that will be
sufficient space, you're not clogging each other, make sure you have
Amateurs
a good distance,
bunch
stay well.
with a lot of
Until 1
enthusiasm,
kilometer is
but
anyways going
still
to be
very
a
strong
neutral
riders,
zone. So the
not
moment
weak
that
by
we
any
all
means.
have been waiting
They are
for
racing.
is
They have
finally here.
come out of their
People
comfort zone,
traveling
trying to
across from
race
different cities
and
and
trying
my
to put forward
Hyderabadis,
their
warm
best on the
welcome to
roads of
you.
Hyderabad.
I'm sure you're
So
excited
good to see
and
a big
that thrill
participation in the
is there
amateur
too.
road race as well. As you know,
Soon after
amateurs
your
there are
flag
two
off, 1 kilometer is
distances:
going to be your
the
neutral zone, and
48
after
kilometer
which your
and the
time starts
21
calculating.
kilometer,
I'm sure you're
24
well
kilometer
versed with your route,
road race.
right?
So
So, all
different
the
strategies,
people
different distances, but
here
it
in
will
the
be
yellow
exciting.
bibs, I
Ritesh, you've
request you
raced
that
at the
whenever
amateur
our
level.
photography team
What do you
asks you to
reckon the
pose, just
strategy should
pose.
be for the amateur
Smile.
riders?
I would say
Yes, because
stay
this
in
is
the
the
bunch
moment where
at the
you
very beginning.
wish your
Stay
smile can be given
because
the
there
best
could
way.
be
Rest
people
everything will be
riders.
captured
You
by
can see
us,
here
right? So,
the elite
do
men's
make
race is going on. So there is one person in the breakaway, and the peloton is trying to catch up. I think the person will be catched up by the peloton.
Yeah, it's 48 kilometers is not a long distance, but again, it's not a short distance as well. So now, as you can see at the 8 kilometer point, is that the right stats?
Yeah, on the other side of the road, I think that those were the women elite riders. Here, everyone is looking towards their teammates' faces on what to be done. And here you see the stage at the flag off area for the amateur 48-kilometer road.
Oh,
Hey, hey!
okay. One thing, this is just a start point. You have 1 kilometer on the same route, neutral zone. Nobody will overtake a motorbike, leading motorbike. No one should overtake. Go behind the motorbike. After 1 kilometer, your time starts. Means actual race will start from the neutral zone. Already signage is there. Okay, then finish line. Finish line is over on that stage. There, you have 4 laps. 3 laps, you have to turn on the same circuit. The U-turn is already signage is there. From there, 4 laps. 4th lap, last lap when you come, you have to finish right hand of the road, opposite in. So please make sure your lap is completed. There is a RFID. Your number will be there at the turning point also. So no one should change their lane. I mean, आप साइकिल लेके अगर गलती करेंगे तो दूसरी तरफ जाने का कोशिश करते हैं तो आपका लैप काउंट नहीं होगा. And if you are not 4 laps, you have not completed 4 laps, you won't get any podium. Okay, all the best. And also the lead riders. Now the leading bunch has to see that you are overtaking from the right. Those who are slow, and if lead bunch is overtaking them, they should give way. आप left में रखें. Keep your bike at the left side, so that the leading riders are overtaking. Those riders, you have 400, okay, more than 400 people riding.
All
So
early in the
please
morning, which
make
itself,
sure
getting up itself
those
on a
who are
Sunday
slow,
would be very
they
difficult.
are
But these guys are there. They are ready to race.
So, Avinash, as you know, so here you see the men's elite riders. So there is that one person who's at ahead of peloton doing all the work. I think the peloton will be catching on to that person after the U-turn, maybe, and they are going really, really fast. It's a power-packed action that you are seeing here.
You can see the strong cadence, and it's a very big cadence. Very, I think at least it's in the range of 95, and trying to push. And now you can see the peloton catching up, and here is the U-turn coming up, very crucial point in the race, and there are change in positions here, and you know big changes, and again the bunch comes together, looking behind the rider in front for his teammates or for support.
Yeah, support is very important here because the person at the rider at the very start, he will be put.
Together, another 40 seconds to go. Chalo. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go! All the best to you, sir. A wonderful start by all the amateur road race riders. Wishing you all the very best. Enjoy your ride. Until 1 kilometer is your neutral zone. So stay relaxed until then, and then is when the journey starts for you. All the best, all the best. We are here to cheer you. You're doing amazing. Look at the camera. Take a thumbs up or a heart. Yay! These moments of the amateur road race riders, female, are going to join us in any moment.
For your living, but still you push yourself and you come to a race and then you try to compete, and that's the spirit of competition, and that's the spirit of cycling.
That is true. That is true. And you see, is a lot of the amateurs are getting very serious into cycling because you see a very serious hardware with the cyclists. These are very serious bikes. They are ridden in pro pelotons in Tour de France and in all of the pro races all around the world. So amateurs are getting very serious with cycling, and that's very good to know because 450 people are there in amateur racing. That is road racing, and it's very exciting to see these many people turn up in on a cold Sunday morning. It means that they are very passionate about the sport.
Absolutely true. You also need to be smart in a race like this. You can't be at the front all the time, hitting the wind and trying to look at, taking all the wind on you. So you also need to stay in the bunch and try to be smart, try to conserve energy.
Yeah, just look for 5 to 6 people who can ride at your pace and try to juggle with them. Go on the back. Don't waste your energy. Do the work, do your part of the work. That's very important. You can't if you keep on riding at the front, it will not be good for you at the end.
Very well said. I think it's a change. It's a very different tactic you use in an amateur race compared to a professional race. In a professional race, everyone has the ability and everyone has the strength to go in front. But here, you have to work and you have to be extremely smart.
That is very true. That is very true. So this you can see is the elite women racing.
So elite women also has a good set of competitors, the professionals from the women category. So as you can see, we have the time checks for professional women's at elite. We have Sakshi Patil, Leona D'Souza, Swasti Singh at the head of the race at 4.1 kilometers. So it will be quite interesting to see how the women respond. So you can see there are a few uh, very good riders, elite professional riders who are competing in the women's professional race as well.
That is true. That is true. And you see a lot of the women, elite women, carrying very serious hardware. But that is also there in the pro peloton. Here you see the men's elite racing going on. So Harshveer Singh Sekho, Naveen John, Mukesh Kasman.
Yeah, Harshveer, Naveen, both of them very strong riders. Naveen, of course, multiple national champion, national games gold medal winner, South Asian Games medal winner, very senior rider, and it will be interesting to see how he approaches this race.
That
He,
is very true.
yeah, he had posted on social media yesterday saying that he loved the route, he loved how what Hyderabad offers for cycling. So I'm hoping that he puts up a strong fight.
Here you can see the women, elite women riding. So strong bunch here. They are trying to stay in the bunch, trying to stay conserve their energy. Probably for the very end. I'm excited to see what the women racing has for us in the store. I think it would be a bunch finish. It will be very exciting to see how the bunch finishes.
Exactly, they look very relaxed at the moment. It's like a ride in the park, but I mean, don't get uh, you know disheartened by the way they look or the way they ride, but they are very elite riders, and you can see the effort also on their faces. They are kind of pushing themselves, but well within what they what their limits are. So again, I think it's Naveen John at the head of the race. Now he's taken the lead and he said enough is enough. I want to take control of this race properly.
So there's 6 laps in the men's elite. So yeah, so a lot of laps remaining. I think it's the second lap which is going on right now. and they are riding at 43 kilometers per hour average. So that's just nuts. They must be pushing like 250 watts or higher, maybe 300 plus watts on average, yeah, to maintain those kind of speeds.
And we have the weather for that as well. Very beautiful weather, nice morning, and you can see some excitement in the women's race. Probably a breakaway trying to be formed, so they are just completed another lap. Now they'll go for the U-turn at the 8 kilometer mark. We have Swasti who is leading, followed by Pooja and Soumya. So
Yeah, they
that's
are.
the U-turn done.
Yeah, they are now at the second lap, and here we see the amateurs 48-kilometer road race. Uh, this is also a very power packed rate. So they are doing actually better than the elites. They are at 44.3 kilometers per hour average. It's still the very start of the race, but yeah, they are doing pretty well. And we can see a lot of our friends as well, because we have also been racing in amateur category. And yeah, they are pushing themselves. They are thinking about whom to carry forward, whom to leave behind.
It's very exciting. I think it's also a game where you need to conserve your energy. You need to know when to push yourself, when to stay a bit, when to ease off the energy. So I think, yeah, this is a point where, a very crucial point, where you can see the flyover and the riders go under the flyover. This is a very interesting point in the race where the terrain slightly changes. So while they take the U-turn and come back, it's slightly uphill, and then when they go towards the flyover, it's kind of like a downhill. So yeah, you can see amateur. The start at the head of the race at this point.
Yeah, this is looking very power packed.
And yeah, this is the professional road race. As you can see, some movement and some games being played. I think at the head of the race, yeah, it's Harshvir and Naveen, very strong riders. Both of them former national champions. Naveen, almost seven-time national champion and very senior rider. You can see the distances that they and the speed that they are going at when it comes to the 16-kilometer mark.
They have already made the race one-sided. What do you think?
Yeah, it might be too early to call the race at this point, as you see the uh, green ride participants enjoying themselves. But what more enjoyment can you have than competing with some of the best riders in the country, and you know the women themselves? Will be very interesting to see how this race finishes.
Yeah, these are the elite women 48 kilometers category. So yeah, they are riding in the punch, staying together. I think it will be very exciting to see how they do.
Yeah,
And
you can
there's some,
see a breakaway, a movement in the peloton.
yeah, so looks like some energy playing there in the very beginning. Looks like they are trying to drop um, some of their co-athletes, and let's see if they are able to do that.
And everyone looking for partners, looking for someone's wheel to latch on to, someone to share the load of being at the front of the race. Just a reminder, it's not a good thing to be at the front of the race all the time. You have to expend energy, and here comes another attack.
Yeah, so this attack basically uh, is to overpower the riders which have been riding in the front. But yeah, they didn't sustain that much. I think that was only to test who can sustain an attack. And sometimes this is the strategy to see how who has the power, who has the energy, who's feeling good, whose legs are working properly, to see if someone can sustain an attack and then basically join them once they zoom past the peloton.
I think very close in their abilities. The women bunch, they're all together right from the start of the race. No one is ready to give anyone an opportunity to get into a breakaway. As you see, the amateur 48-kilometer men. So some changes in the order of the race, but still the favorites, so to speak, for this race are in good positions, and it will be interesting. So as you can see, Manjunath coming to the head of the race along with Gaurav and Achal, exchanging positions with Achal, who was leading in the first lap. But it will be interesting if this ends up in a bunch sprint. It will be super exciting for me.
Definitely, definitely. So there are a lot of amateur riders. So a lot of there's a good chance of getting a bunch sprint, and because uh, there are the prices are also according to the age category. If you see here, so there are different categories like 20 to 30 years, 30 to 40, 40 to 50, even 50 plus. So if you can see that people of age 50 plus, they are riding, they are not only riding, they are racing. So that should be an inspiration for everyone here.
Absolutely. So uh, this is again back to the women's professional road race. I think this is going to be an exciting bunch again. Slowing down ever so slightly, just maybe to catch up on some energy, to conserve some energy towards the end. Uh, Going at a very comfortable pace at the moment, but we've seen some attacks in this bunch also.
Yeah, so looks like they have the legs for it, but they are just trying to find their team members on who has the legs, who can sustain an attack. So if they can sustain an attack and make a distance of 100 meters, I think that would be really good, because then uh, it will be very difficult to catch on to the others.
The professional women's peloton is much smaller than the professional men. This provides for a different kind of a strategy. So that's why probably the breakaways are getting caught. Uh, and then again, as you can see, the this is the professional men. They've taken a U-turn. Uh, Pardon, that was the amateur. This is another attack coming up.
This is the professional men's elite. So if you can see here, those three riders, those three musketeers riding together, doing the work. And these are very serious, very powerful riders that you are seeing here, going at 40, 45 kilometer per hour at the speed of and they are putting in very serious powers here.
Now with the time check, you can see Naveen John slightly ahead of Harshvir. So Naveen and Harshvir will be the people to watch out for at the finish.
If you can see here, Zumba is going on just to get the others, the MTB riders, the green riders warmed up. And warming up is very important here, Avinash. I feel that warm up is a very underrated thing, but everyone should be very well warmed up without before a race at least.
Absolutely. These guys seem to be really warmed up for an absolutely close finish here. As you can see, Naveen John at the head of the race, really powering through. He's also a great time trialist. So he is also experienced enough to go alone. And there is
Yeah.
there is some jostling for positions here.
So this is the women's elite. If you can see here, there is a slight distance that is being made by two very capable women athletes here, and they have a decent gap. If they can work together, they actually can increase that gap. But working together is the key here. If you can see here, this is the amateur road race for 48 kilometers, and here also there's a slight gap between the rider ahead and the bunch back. and it's very important that they work together. They don't work against each other, so that they can carry 4 to 5 very capable riders at the finish line.
Yeah, as you can see, there is a slight change at the 9 kilometer checkpoint for the 48 kilometers. Vedant Kulkarni at the head of the race. So it's going to be very interesting because it's way closer than I expected. And as you can see, riders trying to find their positions. You can see Gaurav coming to the front of the bunch.
Yeah, so Gaurav is here, so he has a really good cadence, and this cadence is very important if you want to basically make pace changes quickly. If you want to catch up to someone in the breakaway, cadence is your friend here. So if you want to quickly change your pace, you need to be at a very higher cadence. Very similar to how engines also work. If you are at higher RPM, you will be able to respond.
Absolutely, absolutely. Cadence, the power, they will be looking at their 30-second power, 10-second power. So all of this, even though they are amateurs, they have very good equipment. Like Gaurav, like Ritesh was mentioning earlier, they also track their performance. At least the top amateurs, they track their performance very closely. They even engage in training whenever possible. Of course, they are not professionals who can do it full time, but still, whenever they find time, they engage in training and they enjoy the sport. This is for the love of the sport more than
Yeah, you
anything
can
else.
see here there's some communication going on uh, with there is some communication going on with the other riders here. So it looks like they are trying to form a peloton and they are trying to form a bunch here. If they can work together, I think they will be able to carry some good riders at the end. They are
Yeah,
riding at a very good pace. I think this is the peloton. The breakaway is at the front, and this is the peloton here that we are seeing. Uh, some senior riders also riding so well, so it's very inspiring to see them ride with such energy and with such pace. And this pace is basically close to touching 40 kilometers per hour on the average. So this is very exciting, very rewarding to watch.
for the love of the game, amateurs. I think they are really competing. They are really getting out of their comfort zones, pushing themselves, trying to win, trying to be the champions that they are.
And also in the amateur racing, what I have felt is that nutrition is very underrated. Nutrition is if you can see here, here the Zumba is going on for the warm up, as I was saying earlier. So here you see the women elite category riders.
I think the breakaway has been caught and they are all together in one bunch. So there are 25 riders in this group. As you can see, Regia Devi currently leading at the 12.3 kilometer checkpoint, Kaveri closely following. But you can't there is no difference between them. It's got to be a bunch sprint if they stay together till the end.
So if you see, Avinash, if you notice here that they are increasing their pace little by little, and that's a very good tactic, I would say. Get warmed up and then increase your pace little by little, so that you hit your goals as well. You carry the strongest riders with you as well. And yeah, as I was saying earlier, nutrition is very important because these riders, they are awake from say 3:30, 4 a.m. So if they had their breakfast, I think they should be able to. They should be again doing their nutrition top ups now.
Absolutely, I think very crucial to stay well nourished, well hydrated. Although it's just a 48 kilometer, as you can see the U-turn, very crucial technical points, the U-turns, and this is the amateur road race.
Yeah. So as we were saying that U-turns are very important because here you can have a change of pace, you can have change of team members, and you can also change the people you are riding with.
Absolutely, I think it's one of the most critical aspects of cycling. The way you turn bike handling skills become very important here. So it's road cycling is a combination of a lot of things, not just the raw power or the cadence or the way you ride. It's all about technique as well. As this is the 12-kilometer checkpoint where you can see Rahul, who is leading the amateur 48-kilometer road race at the moment.
If you see here, Avinash, amateurs are doing really well. I would say they are very close to the pace of the elite category riders, and that is very inspiring to see because these are not pro athletes that you are seeing here. These are people who have taken cycling as a hobby, maybe more than a hobby, but yeah. So they are riding really well, putting in serious power on those pedals and. Pushing forward and riding at 40 kilometers per hour, almost at that pace. Uh, they might not be at the level of pro athletes, but they are definitely getting there. Some of them will.
You can also see the race leadership changing hands every sort of 1 kilometer or so, which means that there is a lot of coordination between the riders, also very close together. The skill sets or the level at which they operate is very close to each other. So that's what makes this race as exciting as the professional road race.
That is very true, very true. So they are very much matched in the capabilities. So they have already segregated according to how much capable they are. So if you see here, there will be smaller groups that will keep on forming as the race progresses. Those groups will represent people with equal capabilities, not equal, similar capabilities, and they will basically be in the bunch when it finishes. If they are not attacking each other, if they work together, if you can see here, the peloton is not very streamlined. It can be more streamlined for more efficiency. The person to the right that we are seeing on the screen, if they can actually move towards the slipstream, they will be able to save a lot of energy, which will be very crucial when you finish in a bunch.
Yeah, I think for an amateur peloton, this is kind of where we see these kind of riders. As you can see, this is the professionals who are going the breakaway, which has Naveen John, I believe,
And
and,
Harshved, I think.
and Harshvir. So they are starting to work together. As you can see, Harshvir looking behind for support, and so they are working really close together, having a word with each other almost.
Yeah, so they're trying to see how much the other person is feeling, and how much are they willing to work. So Naveen John looking really sharp here. So uh, so he is one of the best riders of India, and if you can see here, he's like making it look almost too easy on his Pinarello Dogma.
Absolutely, I think you can see the aero position, something for youngsters to learn as well, to look at it and just to understand what sort of positions you need to get to on the bike, and very efficient. As you know, we were discussing, the wind plays a major role in slowing down a cyclist, so it is in best interest of a cyclist to just stay in an aero position, aero tuck as they call it in the professional peloton.
Yeah, they are looking like a blade, I would say, like cutting air, just like a hot knife through butter. And the peloton is nowhere to be seen. So that is the kind of gap that they have maintained. And they are at the U-turn right now. And if you can see here, this is the amateur 48-kilometer riders, and they are riding really strong. So they have slowed down a little, maybe to catch some of their energy back after the initial surge that they saw. And yeah, they are also looking really well. So if they can work together, if the peloton can look slim enough, streamlined enough, they will be able to catch a good energy, good speed.
So as you can see, Rahul still leading. This is at the 12-kilometer checkpoint. We had seen this graphic earlier as well, but I think they are very strong riders, and there are a lot of very strong riders who can catch up and who can make up in the second half of the race. It
So
really
someone
depends on conserving the energy for the second half.
Looks like someone had a puncture. So this is punctures are part of the racing. Be it punctures or any mechanical failures, those can be very sore points. But yeah, it makes you learn that how to take care of your bike and how to fix it because this is not supported by any team. So you have to do everything yourself. There could be some riders who can stop and help you there, but yeah, so these are part and parcel of racing, I would say.
Yeah, as you can see, there is one person trying to form a breakaway here in the amateur road race, 48 kilometers. But yeah, the bunch seems to be catching up.
Looking really strong here. So everyone is looking towards the others who are willing to do the work, who are willing to do that initial work, which is very crucial, who can surge past their zone 5, zone 6 into their anaerobic so that they can form a bunch. And that can be very crucial because that can cost them their race if they are not careful enough. If they go too overboard, then that can cost them race. But if they are able to sustain that anaerobic power and they are able to carry forward 3 to 4 riders, I think that would be a recipe for winning.
Absolutely true. Yeah, I think slightly slower pace at the moment. You can see the riders with the blue bibs. These are the amateur 24-kilometer riders. Started off at a very leisurely pace, but you can see some of them picking up as well as we switch over to the professionals, men. Very exciting race finish in prospect.
Naveen John is making it look too easy at this moment. It looks like sitting here seeing this looks like I can also do it, but yeah, it's very difficult. If you can see here, the amateurs 48-kilometer road race, they are little relaxed right now. They want to conserve their energy, and I think there is a breakaway ahead as well, and this is the main peloton going on. But they are also looking very strong, very sharp, and going at a really good pace. And not as aerodynamic as the elite riders. Also because they are not at a very high pace as the elite riders, but yeah, looking strong, looking right. And if you can see here, some of the riders hydrating, and hydration is very important. Even if it's cold out there, it's very important that you hydrate because when you are surging past your zone 4, zone 3, uh, hydration is something that will keep you going. It will keep that VO2 max up.
This is the men professional. This is the main bunch. As you can see, top equipment being used by the professionals, and they will be trying to catch the two-man breakaway. So they'll be working together. There'll be a few people jumping off and trying to form another break, but the main purpose would be to catch the main breakaway of two riders, Naveen John and Harshveer Singh Sekhon.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Some serious hardware here. So we can see here bikes like Cervelo, Factor, Pinarello. These are like the top elite category bikes out there, made out of carbon fiber, very aerodynamic and very capable bikes.
Yeah, going back to the amateurs, the 48-kilometer road race. Slightly slower pace at the moment, but yeah, coming towards the U-turn, absolutely crucial to maintain your position here. Not to slow down too much, and also not to be too fast so that you have a crash or have a fall.
So just to reiterate, this amateur 48-kilometer road race is happening on the south course, which is a more flattish kind of a course as compared to the ones which the elite riders are riding today. And this course is almost 12 kilometers a circuit, so they will be taking 4 laps of this course before finishing at the very end.
The dream of every amateur cyclist is to have open roads without traffic, and thanks to the government of Telangana, as you can see here is a U-turn where
The elite riders are
yeah,
taking a U-turn. I think that should be the fifth U-turn or the fourth one. I think so. I've lost count. A lot many U-turns in the elite category. I think there are six laps that has to be done for the elite category riders.
Absolutely. So these two riders working well together, I think, sharing the burden and taking turns being in front of the race.
Yes,
It's got to be between these two unless the peloton has other ideas.
so as you can see here, there was one rider which was left behind, and that rider basically, out of good sportsmanship, didn't catch on to these two riders because, yeah, so not to disturb them. But these two riders are doing really well. As of now, they are not trying to drop off each other. It looks like because they are working together, and I think till the very end lap, they should be working together with each other if they want to take it to the finish line.
Absolutely, we have 32 kilometers done, and it's the two-man breakaway that seems to be winning it.
Yeah,
And here is the amateurs.
yeah. Amateurs are also looking really strong here. It's very difficult to sustain very high speeds. Right now, they are at the slight or uphill, but you won't be able to see that clearly for our viewers at the on the screen. But this slight uphill also slows you down, and also if you are not catching up to someone, it's better to conserve your energy at these uphill battles that come ahead.
That's true. They have just crossed the flyover. Under the flyover, I think from here the road slightly kicks up, which is going to be an exciting kind of a zone for the amateur riders. As you can see, Achal still at the head of the race for the amateurs.
So if you can see here, they seem to be streamlining a bit. So the peloton seems to be streamlining a bit. If they can learn from that, streamline even more, they can conserve much more energy for the race that lies ahead.
And some of these riders are experienced enough to ride in amateur pelotons, and the experienced riders will try to stay in the bunch. They'll try to stay in the slipstream, be smart, conserve their energy, and as you can see, Harshvir now taking his turn at the front of the race.
Yeah, these two guys are looking like unstoppable, looking like a train which is almost unstoppable. Very high cadence, very high power that they are putting into the wheels. And as you can see here, Naveen John leading the bunch, followed by Hashveer and then Mukesh. The third position has changed. I think the third position is still there in the peloton, so it might get flipped multiple times during the course of this race.
You can see hand signals. Hand signals are very important for cyclists. You can see the flipping of the elbow, which means it's an invitation for the other rider to come into the front and stay and share the burden of the race. Yeah, like Ritesh was mentioning, this third place, I just wish that there could be some movement in the peloton and this bunch, there is a chance for them to be caught up. It should not be that there is a bunch sprint for the bronze medal or the third position, but it looks like these two seem to be very strong for the bunch.
That is true. That is true. They are looking really strong here, and they are riding at a really high pace as well. This high pace, high cadence keeps your legs warm. If you can stay in your zone, that's very important. Going overboard your zone will not be a very smart decision to make, but yeah, so staying in your zone, basically in this 48-kilometer race, not going above your zone 4, which is the aerobic zone, would be the best zone to stay in, because this race for the elite categories will be, I think, around 1 hour 5 minutes, 1 hour 10 minutes at max. So yeah.
And who better than Naveen John to know about zones? He has all the experience. He's a senior athlete. Spends his summers in Belgium racing, and he's talked about how Indian riders have a good opportunity. They have the strength to go abroad and race and win championships abroad as well. As you see the amateur race.
Yeah, this this is looking like the amateur 48 kilometers athletes here. Riding at a little comfortable pace right now, but what do you think that is there a bunch ahead of this peloton, or this peloton is the ahead of the race?
It seems to be the main bunch, and this seems to be the riders who will go for the podium finishes.
Yeah. So if that goes, I think that will be a good finish. Last year, I would say this year the course is slightly better than the last year, because last year you had to go inside the financial district and then finish up. So there were a lot of technical turns that you have to take before the finish line. But here, your finish line is just up there, just at your line of sight, because it's all on the same route.
Yeah, this is the list for or the 23.8 kilometer checkpoint for the professional women.
So if you
So
can see here, they are increasing their pace slightly, ever so slightly, every turn that they take. They started with the very first checkpoint. They started with 26 kilometers per hour, and they are almost at 32 kilometers per hour at this almost at the mid of the race.
you can see the amateurs pushing too.
Yeah, so some
Absolutely.
energy in the amateurs finally.
Yeah, they are trying to push. They're trying to get into the right position for a finish, and you can see our dear friend Murli as well in the bunch.
Murli is a very strong rider. I've ridden with Murli and I've raced with Murli, and I remember one of my friend Krish, who's the owner of the bike store, telling me that don't carry Murli to the very end. If because he has very strong legs, if he you can't win in the sprint finish with him. So if you want to drop him fast in the beginning or the mid of the race. But if you carry him till the end, he will beat you to the sprint.
Absolutely. So here you can see some of the amateur riders.
So
Absolutely big participation, huge participation in the amateur road race.
yeah, if you can see here, the amateur road race is not limited to the road bikes. The participants can have their hybrid bikes as well. Who want to ride their hybrid bikes? They want to break their time records on those hybrid bikes. It's not very aerodynamic hybrid bikes, but those are very capable bikes going on different kind of terrains very easily. And if you can see here, the green ride participants getting ready after the warm up. I think they will have a 10-kilometer race after everyone is done.
Yeah, Green Ride is a great opportunity for first timers, young people, young cyclists, young people to get introduced to the sport of cycling. As you see the professionals powering through the front of the race, Naveen John, Harshvir.
And they have caught up to the main peloton of the women. So this just shows that what's their pace right now. They're going at a very fast, blazing pace, and they have caught up to the women's elite riders.
So community is everything in cycling, and this is also a coming together of the cycling community of Hyderabad. This huge community, as you can see, the Green Ride participants for the fun of it, for the fun of riding on two wheels, for fitness, for whatever you want. Just go out there and ride a bike. That seems to be the message that is coming out of the Green Ride.
Yeah, it's very important to start somewhere. Sometimes the distance can be daunting. That distance can be it can look challenging, but if you can tackle it 1 kilometer at a time, I think you will get there. So if you can see here, the elite men's powering through, they are almost at the second last lap, and they are riding really strong, like 44.2 kilometers per hour. Both of them sticking together, and then trying to see who has the legs to sprint at the end.
Absolutely, Naveen John, Harshvir, both of them very senior riders, both of them former national champions. Naveen John, of course, seven-time national champion in the ITT and one-time national champion in the road race.
Harshvir is much younger. He's more of a upcoming rider, and he's competing with Naveen John. Just tells the kind of stamina, the kind of power that he's holding at such a young age.
Look at the amateur road race. Quite very capable riders, as you can see. Parshuram also in the bunch, in the mix as they go into the U-turn.
Yeah, last year I was riding with Parshuram in this very event, HCL Cyclothon 2024 in December. Yeah, he pushed me towards my limit, and yeah, it was one of the best races that I've ever had.
Absolutely. If you have experienced cycling with amateurs before, I think professionals, you start to appreciate the professionals more and more. The kind of athletes that they are, the kind of effort they put into cycling, the nutrition, everything. As you can see, the green ride participants going towards the start.
Yeah, these are the green ride participants. They don't have any time benefit. They don't have any, but they are here just to support the community. They are here just to tell people what's the meaning of cycling, what's the spirit of cycling, what's the kind of adrenaline rush that you get by cycling, the kind of dopamine hit that you get when you are cycling.
And in that context, it's worth mentioning that Hyderabad has the ORR cycling track, which is a sold.
They are kind of like the SUVs of cycles. They are very capable. They might not be as fast as road bikes, but they can go places where road bikes can't even think of going.
Absolutely.
You want to go off road, you want to go uphill, you want to go on dirt. MTB is the choice of vehicle that you should be looking at. So this MTB road race also carries prize money, very similar to the other categories.
This is very. I can see a lot of some of the riders who have the best MTB bikes. I think they're looking for to compete in this event and trying to win. So it's not just for participation. A lot of amateurs have come
Okay.
here to try and win the MTB road race as well. As you see the confirmation of the route. So this
Yeah.
is the route that we have.
So this is the north route that you are seeing here for the MTB road race. This is 22 kilometers. So this is the same route which is being ridden by the elite riders, but there will be only 3 laps here instead of the 6 laps that they are doing here. And I see a lot of my friends also here in the MTB road race. Exciting to see here. So these MTB riders are just like diesel engines. They just go and go and go. And I've seen a lot of people do 200, 300, 600 kilometers BRM on MTBs. It's just astonishing.
Absolutely. So like Ritesh was mentioning, they are the SUVs of the cycling world, and SUVs are they are comfortable over long distances. May not be the fastest, could not compete with a sports car on speed, but they do go the long distance. They do go to places where a sports car cannot go.
That is true. And MTB road race is timed at 7:20 a.m. So it's still 20 minutes to go. So they will be going on the north route here.
Yeah, back to the professional road race for men. Here you can see there is no slowing down. Absolutely no slowing down. Probably zero point 0.1 kilometers they have slowed down, but It's still going at the same pace, and you can see 40 kilometers covered by the front of the race. And I think it's very exciting to see who among these two will be the winner. I think it's a foregone conclusion that this bunch is going to take the first and
That is
second
true. That
positions.
is true. And if you know that the first position in the elite category, it carries a hefty reward of 1,20,000 rupees. The second position is 1 lakh rupees, and the award goes all the way up to position 10, which is 15,000 rupees. Still a very good amount. And if you can see here, these two riders, they have made up their mind that we will be first and second of the bunch, and they will be taking this 1 lakh plus reward, both of them.
We also saw a slight change in the third position. Surya has moved to the third position. We are entirely not sure if it's part of that bigger peloton or whether he has gone into a breakaway. We'll have to wait for confirmation on that. But this bunch is looking this these two are looking very strong in the
If
head
you
of the
can say
professional road
here,
race.
MTB road race 22-kilometer, getting lined up for their 7:20 start. And this road race also carries a very good amount on offer. So this is very similar to the amateur road race. So the overall finishers will get a 50,000 both for men and women. So all the awards are similar for men and women. So 50,000 for the first, 40 and 30 for the third.
I think this is the crucial last U-turn, and let's see what is the change. They tread very carefully on that U-turn, and rightly so. There is no need to panic at this stage because they are well ahead of the bunch.
Yeah, that is true. And there are prizes according to the age category as well. So 16 to 30 years of age, that is under one category, that carries 20, 15 and 10k for both men and women. 30 to 40 years age category, 20, 15, 10 again for men and women. And 40 to 50, 50 and above. So all of them, they carry the same awards. And there is an overall award as well for first, second, third position for amateur and MTB road race. That's 50, 40 and 30. So anyone who's taking the overall first position will be awarded 50,000 along with their age category prizes as well.
Age category also very important. It's also important to encourage younger athletes, older athletes, athletes from all age groups to participate, try and win, and age group category awards contribute towards that.
Yeah. And the amateur road race that we saw earlier, 48 kilometer, which is going on the south course, they will be having overall award of 70, 50, and 30,000 for both men and women for the overall positions, and then the same awards for the age category 16 to 30, 30 to 40, 40 to 50, and 50 above. It's just astonishing to see 50 and above, and there are people who are 50 and above. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a testament to their fitness as well. Uh, Folks above 50, above 60, even people who are touching their 70s, competing actively, they are participating, they are staying on top of their fitness even in their 60s, 70s. That's so amazing to see, and it's very important. Sends a very strong message to the younger population also to get out of their homes, be active, exercise, stay active and a bicycle is the best way to do that.
That is very true. And if you can see here, these are the men elite category, and they have also taken the last U-turn, which you earlier saw Harshveer and Naveen take.
Absolutely, it's jostling for positions here, trying for the third place finish. They seem to be comfortable with the fact that the two riders ahead, and now we can see an attack here. You see the flicking of the arms, and these two working really well together.
Now, at the very much finish of this, the end stage of this race, I think now we will see some tactics from these two riders and see how they respond to each other. and they have to do that while maintaining a healthy gap from the peloton so that the peloton doesn't catch up. If you can see here, Harshveer gave a wrist flick to Naveen to come in the front so that he can be in this. Harshveer can be in the slipstream and Naveen can be in the wind and carrying the bunch forward.
Cycling is probably the only sport where you have to work with your competitors for your own benefit and for the benefit of the competitor. So it's more of a mental game as well. In addition to it being a sport which pushes your endurance, pushes your stamina and your power, it's a mental game. It's a hugely mental game as well.
That is true. That is true. When I was riding last year, racing in the same kind of races, there was not even a single second or a minute when I was not thinking about quitting. But as you said, as you rightly said, that it's a mental game. If you can endure that mental pressure of yours, your brain telling your body that give up, give up, give up. If your body can sustain, if your brain can sustain just there's nothing better than that, and I think that is what is going into the minds of these two riders here, just to I'm comfortable with second position, let me give up. But no, so the mind doesn't let you give up.
Absolutely, these are top professionals. They've gone through such moments in their careers over and over again, especially Naveen, who is one of the most senior, experienced cyclists in the country, one of the best you can see. And look at the expressions on their faces, so much determination, so much of effort that is being shown, and then they are still pushing hard, still powering through, and then they are the best in the country.
That is true. That is true. It's just laser focus towards that finish line. They are not seeing anything. They are not seeing anything other than the finish line right now. I can feel what's going on into their minds. And if you can see here, the camaraderie, the senior giving a head a shoulder tap to the junior here, to the junior pro racer, and
And
maybe
they are starting the sprint, and they are starting the sprint, and
and
I think it's Naveen who's done it.
and that's the spirit. If you can see here, they finished, they had been together, they finished together, and it was just a great showcase of the camaraderie that they carry, the kind of people that this sport brings together, and the kind of mindset that they have towards each other.
This is the women professionals who are moving towards probably the last lap.
I think they have one more lap to go because the pro men's riders, they caught up to them once, and then probably they have one more lap to go.
Seem to be relaxed, seem to have subscribed to the fact that it's going to be a big bunch sprint at the end. It will be too exciting because there are too many riders. As you can see, the peloton of the professional men coming through, and this is going to be an exciting finish for the third position as well.
That is true. That is true. So the thing is that in a race, if you are not trying to hit your best scores, then it's better to stay in the bunch, better to match the pace of all the other riders, because there's no incentive of pushing yourself if you are not trying to push your goals or push your best scores ahead. So what they are doing is also smart, I would say. They are riding in the bunch, looking at bunch sprint at the very end, and probably will get some exciting finish at the end.
As you can see here, the winner and the second place finisher, the runner-up in the men's professional 48-kilometer road race, just entering the venue. And this is the jostling for the third place. It will be very exciting to see who is the winner here, who is the third place finisher here,
And
and
there's a
it's
lot of
very close.
excitement. Yeah,
Yeah, it
Kilometer
seems to be
and
very
the
close.
very
start
close.
We
barriers
need to
pretty
wait for
much
the
everyone
confirmation
please
to
be
see
ready.
who are the.
So I think all the 10 positions are in. So I think we have the winners of all the 10 positions of the men's elite category 48-kilometer road race HCL Cyclothon 20,
As you can see, the women have started their sprints, probably just to get into the right position at the moment. They might slow down slightly and then wait for the finish to happen. And you can see here,
So I think they have one more lap to go, and they will be taking a U-turn. Yes, they are taking a U-turn, and they have one more lap to go. So about 8 kilometers more to go for the elite women riders. There. So if you can see here, everyone is turning towards the arena where they will be doing their cool down exercises. They will be getting their hydration, their refreshment, and they will be waiting for the others to finish so that we can move forwards towards the award ceremony.
absolutely. Now, all the eyes will be on the professional women, the next set of finishers. As you can see, good facilities for nutrition, hydration, refilling of bottles, fuel along the way. Well done, the volunteers of HCL Cyclothon.
Yeah, so as we were talking earlier, hydration is very important in these kind of
All the volunteers ready?
endurance, high power
Cyclist
track
is arriving at the
activities.
flag
If you can
off.
see here, the MTB 22-kilometer race has started. So yeah, the flag up has been done, and I think they will be kept in the holding area at the line until 7:20. I think. Let's see.
All right, volunteers all set.
So they will be
Let's
going
get
towards the
ready to
north
welcome
course,
the
similar to
riders.
the pro riders,
Amateur
and
MTB
they
road
will be
race,
doing
dhol taiyar.
laps of the
Let's get
same
ready to
north course
welcome
which
them. Come
the pro
on,
riders took,
3, 2,
pro
1.
men's and the women's athletes.
There will be a mandatory zone as well, cool down zone for the amateurs. Very important to just get into positions and just to start strong for everyone to stay safe, so that there is a good flow once they take the U-turn and get into the
We
U-turn.
are here to welcome you with the dhol. Everyone, come on, move with us. Hey, hey,
And
hey,
it's the
hey, hey,
42
hey,
kilometers
hey.
race here, and they will be flagging off at 7:20, which is the
All right, my dear amateur MTB road race riders. Finally, the moment to get you set in next 5 minutes. You'll be off-road, flagged off to go. Please, whenever our photography team is asking you to smile, smile. The biggest one, yes, yes, yes. That's going to be one of your great pictures. Look at them. Give a pose. Because apart from this, all random clicks would be there, right? The candid ones. Come on. So this one, pose it well. And when the door is playing, make sure you're not controlling yourself. You're moving along with them. The music. Let's give those my hands up. Up. Hey, 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 hey. Yes. Come on, keep your hands moving. जोश के साथ मैं आपका हूँ. This is the Josh of HCL Cyclothon Hyderabad.
24 kilometer. There is a next U-turn. You will be going to that side. Race is the other one. So 3 laps, 4 kilometer circuit, 3 laps, and the finish will be that on this side, but about 500 meters behind. There is a this way, just like this country. Will be sorry. No dangerous riding. If anybody is seen riding dangerously, they will be removed from the race. Your loop will be before the finish line. There is a loop.
This can take the other side of the ORR and still continue with the journey.
And some of the best roads in Hyderabad, and dare I say, some of the best roads in the country as well. You can see on the left of your screens the cycling track, which only there are only two solar powered cycling tracks in the world, and this is India's only solar powered roof cycling track, which covers a distance of almost 21-22 kilometers. It's a heaven for all the cyclists in Hyderabad, all the people who are enthusiasts of fitness, who we can see in the mornings the cycling track completely occupied with cyclists, with groups of people, with friends riding together on their bikes. We have rental bike facilities also, and we have families coming on weekends riding their bikes, getting the younger generation to cycling. So it's played a huge role in influencing the cycling community of Hyderabad.
That is very true. Because a lot of people, they are apprehensive about cycling on the open roads because of the safety concerns, high speed moving vehicles, and this cycling track basically means that they are alone in that track. No other motor vehicle can enter that track because there are barricades, and they can cycle safely without worrying about their safety, and they can get fitter just by using this cycling track. And this, as I said before, this cycling track, the solar roof over this cycling track powers the entire ORR lighting system. So it's a
Two
lot
seconds to
more
go.
cool and
We at Six are a very warm welcome to you for the flag off. All my champions, the sheer hard work, your dedication, your passion. The main thing is to perform today. All the days you worked hard for today, and you have performed. Because even Sachin says, performance के दिन perform नहीं किया तो कोई याद नहीं रखेगा. So I wish you all the very best, dear riders. We are starting a countdown in next 15 seconds. Take that last breath of hold and get ready to rock the racing track. You all know the race route. Have your confidence in yourself and hit the track with a countdown with me of 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! We flag all the champions, amateur and senior road race leaders. All the best to you. All the best, my dear riders. Looking to have you guys soon. Safe ride, smile ride. Bye bye. See you soon. All the best. Come back soon. Woo! All the champions. All the best to you guys. See you soon. Until 1 kilometer is your neutral zone, guys. All the best, everybody. Thank you
Even
to
we all
all
started
team for
with the idea of using a bicycle to lose weight, but it's become a lifestyle for most people. It's part of their daily life, and it's a lot more than just a tool for fitness or just a tool for a commute.
that is very true. Because I feel that being a cyclist myself, if I even miss a single day of cycling, I feel that something is missing from my day. Some sort of excitement, some sort of dopamine rush is missing from my day. and I just can't leave with that part of my day behind. So that is what cycling brings you to. So it can give you the adrenaline rush with racing if you want that. If it can give you the endurance. Building capability if you want to. It can give you that leisure of riding with friends, with families, if you want that. It can be any kind of sport. So it can be high powered, it can be long form focused, or it can be totally leisure pleasure riding with the community.
That's so true. You can see the excitement on the faces of the MTB riders. It's not just for them to get out of their homes and spend a Sunday morning on the road on their bikes. It's also for them to compete, and as I've been repeatedly saying, it's an opportunity for them to move out of their comfort zone and try to push their limits and try to win a race on the road. So generally, MTB riders they have slightly more cost effective, or rather slightly more uh, affordable bikes. As you can see, people attacking here as well. And yeah, so these are MTB riders who are trying to attack, staying at the front, pushing their power at the start of the race. As soon as the flag gets lifted and there is a green light for them to start attacking.
So that was a very power packed start by someone here in the MTB road race. And it, it takes a lot of power, because if you can see there, it was like standing right up there into the wind and power pushing through. So this is the MTB road race, 22 kilometers for women. If you can see here, a smaller bunch here, but there is no lack of energy in this bunch as well. And these will also be competing for the same prize in the MTB road race, 40, 50k, 40k, 30k for the overall, and then the age category wise prizes.
Really exciting to see the women lining up. It's going to be a very exciting race because smaller bunches have different dynamics. Even if it's an amateur level, even if it's an MTB race, there will be some dynamics at play and some kind of very interesting finishes. As you can see, the men's they're powering through the wind. They're trying to find an advantage.
Yeah, so if you can see here, the rider having their elbows down so that they can be more aero on that MTB bike. And here we see the women MTB riders lining up to be flagged off shortly, and they will be following the same route, it's 22 kilometers, and going along the north course, and going just a few minutes behind the men's MTB 22 kilometers. And it's been
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're hitting the road! Very much to you guys! Online female riders, Saturday! Wishing you all the very best! See you soon, the amateur MTB road race riders! This is HCL Cyclothon, the second edition of Hyderabad, the larger than ever, the biggest than ever. Wishing you all a happy and a safe ride. Come back soon.
Here as well.
Yeah, so it will take about an hour for them to finish, because MTBs are inherently a little slow. But yeah, so it's a testament of endurance along with pushing for power and control as well.
Comfortably negotiated the U-turn, and in an MTB you have to be careful with the U-turns as well, especially if you have too many participants, too many of them coming together. But they have safely negotiated that U-turn and going on course
Yeah,
towards the main route.
cruising comfortably along the route here. If you can see here along the solar track, and there are a lot of volunteers, fellow friends taking pictures and riding. And yeah, if you can see here, the left side is the arena that has a holding area where everyone will finish and come for the refreshments and for the prize distribution ceremony. So here is the MTB men's 22 kilometers, and they are going at a very good speed. It's better than what I expected. Don't you think?
Absolutely, absolutely. I think two riders staying ahead of the bunch. They're pushing through, trying to take an early advantage. It will be very exciting to whenever the graphic comes up to observe their speeds and how they are performing. It will be very interesting to see that as we see the women.
Yeah. So in the MTV men's, as they are pushing through, so the women have also started their course just behind the men's peloton, and they are looking a little relaxed right now. But this is a race of endurance. I would say not of speed. And if they can endure the uphills, the downhills with a good speed, and they can also try to stay in the slipstream of each another other riders to gain that advantage. Because even if the speed is low, the aero advantages will be there. And here they go after the cool off period. So yeah, so they have started pushing through. It looks like these two riders are quite strong, and they have already gained some advantage over the peloton, and they are trying to push through. So they are also going at a very good pace right here.
Absolutely. So as soon as the flag got lifted and the timing started, they started pushing off, and I think it's going to be an exciting race. So we have two riders in the men uh, amateur MTB 22-kilometer race, and we have two women as well. So it's going to be very exciting to observe how the dynamics play out in the rest of the bunch, as well as the dynamics between these two riders in each of those races.
Yeah, looks like they are determined to take that award home, and they are competing with each other. Let's see what they bring to the table.
Some interesting moments in the men's race. A lot more riders have caught up with the bunch, with the with the breakaway, so to speak, and so it's all come back together.
Yeah, so if you can see here, the position of MTV riders, it's not that aerodynamic, so they can get a good advantage if they stay behind the other riders. And
This is the men, women professional, I believe. The
yeah,
finish.
so yeah, that was also a very good bunch finish. We didn't get to see that the entire thing, but yeah, it looks like a power pack. The bunch finished. We'll wait for the results, and they are now heading off to the cool down.
Yeah, very close together. It's almost like a photo finish, but I think it's going to be very exciting to see, and a big bunch sprint as you saw in the professional men as well. So now the MTB men also following in the footsteps, and larger bunch coming together and working with each other.
Yeah, so these are the MTV men's, and they have already reached the U-turn of. So that marks 1/6 of their race. Uh, so after the next U-turn, the first lap will be completed. So if you can look here, very strong riders, very good competition, very good competitive spirit that they carry, and they are pushing through this MTV race as well.
Refreshments being provided for the amateur riders. It's good to stop, stay, enjoy, and then proceed. It's very comforting to have some nutrition in between your ride as well, filling up their bottles and doing what is necessary to keep hydrated, keep them nourished.
So if you can see here, the some of the MTB riders, they are also having uh, instead of flat pedals, they are also carrying cleats. So they seem to be very invested in this sport because cleats, they provide you an advantage in a different way. They keep you planted on your bike, even if there is some sort of off balance, and you can also push the pedals, you can pull the pedals as well on the backstroke. So they seem to be very much invested in this sport.
Absolutely. So MTB, the bike is different, but the core skill sets remain the same. The power, the way they you get into as much aero position as possible on an MTB. The gearing also is very important. The gearing on an MTB is very different from the gearing on a road bike. You have smaller gears up front which you can use on climbs, and of course you have the advantage where you can go at a much higher cadence.
That is true. That is true. On a road race, the MTBs, the gearing can be at a disadvantage because it's a one by setup. There is only one gear at the front on the front sprocket, and but there will be multiple gears on the back sprocket. But the thing is that because that front gear is a little smaller, so it will be very difficult to maintain very high speeds. Either you need to have very high cadence, but that is not sustainable.
You can see here a one person breakaway, one woman breakaway happening here in the amateur women's MTB race. I think this rider, she's left the entire bunch behind and currently riding at a very comfortable pace, but I think it's 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 a good pace for an MTB to be riding at.
Yeah, if you can look at the bunch is not at all to be seen in the vicinity. So this rider has gained a significant advantage. So she's totally determined to win this race to prove that roads are not only for the road bikes. It's MTBs can also be very capable here. So we can see here the MTB men's category riders trying to gain that aero advantage by moving their body slightly forward and elbows tucked in. So if you can see here, cycling is all about getting aero, remaining aero, and putting that power down.
Absolutely. I think an MTB bike presents its own challenges. You don't have a long, this is the time split at 3.3 kilometers. Sahib Singh is leading at an excellent pace of 26.2 kilometers per hour. It's a very good pace for an MTB.
I remember my first road race. I didn't achieve 26 kilometers per hour, and they are achieving that in an MTB race. Just amazing, just amazing.
There's some activity happening here. So all eyes are on the men's and women's MTB amateur road race at the moment. 22 kilometers. Sahib Singh leading the bunch for the
Followed by
night.
Rahil, Bala, Ashutosh, and Gaurav, and a very good pace as well, like almost road bike like paces.
Yeah, just imagine the effort they are putting on a bigger tires, and so it's all about raw power that they are working.
Yeah, so not a very aerodynamic, so they are only relying on the power. And uh, coming once they take a U-turn, they will be in the headwind as well. So right now they are in a slight tailwind. I checked the weather in the morning, and looks like they are going this way. They will be facing slight tailwind and crosswind and tailwind. But once they take a U-turn now, they will be facing some headwinds. And for MTBs, headwinds because they are not in a aero position, they will be catching a lot of wind.
We were emphasizing the importance of how to work with the wind, how to stay aerodynamic, how to reduce the effect of wind. And in an MTB, it's very difficult to do that. But these riders, they will have to find a way to stay behind one another, to stay in the slipstream, to stay as aero as possible when it comes to a headwind situation.
That is very true. That is very true. And if the rider in the left, they can come in the slipstream. They can save a lot of their energy. They can save a lot of their energy in while staying in the slipstream, while working with the bunch. Yeah, so the rider on the left, they are continuously in the wind, but they can can save their energy by being in the peloton.
The pace in the men's amateur MTB road race seemed to have stabilized as we can see the one woman breakaway still continuing. The bunch has to do something to catch up to this person and to make a competition out of it. Otherwise, she's taking it all the way.
Yeah, it looks like she'll be taking it all the way. She's catching up to other riders who have been riding in the other categories. So that just shows her determination, her speed, and her capability as well. Because the bunch is nowhere to be seen.
This is the amateur. It's already finished, I believe, and we were unfortunately not able to see the finish. But now she's taking the U-turn. It's very critical on an MTB to maintain your balance, to maintain your position while taking a U-turn.
So here you can see people doing warm-up exercises, enjoying while doing warm-up exercises. Look at the smiles on their faces while dancing to the songs and just enjoying their Sunday morning while being very enthusiastic about this sport. So remember, these people are the ones who have been up still since 3:30, 4 a.m. Just to support the community, just to be with the community, just to show the strength of the cycling community of Hyderabad.
Absolutely true. It's hard enough to wake up on a Sunday mornings and even harder to wake up so early. And the hardest thing is to come out there in the open and support this event and to ride your bikes and to enjoy yourself.
That is very true, very true. It takes a lot of determination because I know it's very difficult to wake up, not only on Sunday morning but any morning, and they are here for the community.
This is the peloton in the amateur men 22-kilometer MTB. So it seems to be powering through that uphill, which Ritesh was mentioning a bit earlier. This is a crucial part of the course, and this is where breakaways are formed, and this is the area where you would want to take advantage of any slips in the peloton.
So yeah, so this is the first circuit done. So three more to go. So they will be doing the same circuit again twice. And this is the soul warrior woman rider who has been powering through. Or everyone else, she looks really strong and she has left her peloton in the dust and she's just powering through everything.
Absolutely true. Going through the moves, going through the warm up, you need to be properly warmed up before you get on your bike. And one way is to move the arms and legs to some Zumba. It's a very exciting way to get warmed up for your ride. And community is the biggest thing in cycling, and like you were mentioning, and community coming together to support an event like this is absolutely amazing. As we see the woman rider powering through the entire bunch.
So here we see everyone warming up, and warming up is very important. It's, I think, very underrated. Some of the people, they start just by sitting on the bike and going with it, but let your body warm up, and especially in this cold weather, let your joints open up, your muscles stretched. It's very important to avoid any kind of injury, because if you push too much during that phase and your muscles are not stretched properly, it might lead to. So it's a very good routine to follow. Just a 5 minute warm up should be enough to stretch all your muscles, and then start with some light riding at the beginning, and then go with your routine. So if you can see here, the women MPD rider here powering through everyone. So she's looking so strong, like just like going so fast and powering through all the other men's MTB riders as well, who have had a head start as compared to this rider, and she's just looking unstoppable. She has made up her mind that she will be winning this race. She will be going through that finish line at the very beginning.
Very strong rider. just raw power. There is very little aerodynamics. There is very little support from other riders. It's just a solo ride, powering through. The sustained power, sustained cadence. You can see very comfortable cadence, but still, it's high enough just to stay at that speed, and it's just low enough to sustain it over a long period of time. I think very strong. Look at the position as well. Very stable on the bike. Not much of twisting and turning happening. It's just a very solid power that is going through those legs right onto the pedals and pushing her forward.
That is very true. She has left her peloton in the dust. The cameraman did have a much opportunity to follow the punch because she has taken up the show.
For youngsters who are watching this and who want to become MTB riders, this is a great position to be in. This is a wonderful flow, and we have the names as well. Preeti Gupta, who is at the head of the bunch. Preeti is absolutely powering through.
Yeah, if you can see here, she's going at a very good pace. Anything above 20 is fabulous for an MTB. It's really fast, I would say 21.7 kilometers per hour at 3.3 kilometer mark. But I think she has done much more. But these are the stats as of now. But yeah, she's going through very, very determined.
I think the pace looks very stable and very sustainable as well. She needs to just keep up this pace for most of the race. I think she'll be there on the podium definitely if she can keep up that pace. Also, even though it's a very short race, it would be wise to have a few fluids. It would be wise to keep them hydrated.
And if you can see here, the men's they have just one more lap to go uh, for the men's MTB, and some of the people stopping for quick hydration, refueling. Thanks to these volunteers who have been supporting the other riders, offering them refreshments, hydration. It takes a lot uh, to do this.
Preeti again going at that very sustainable, very comfortable cadence, comfortable pace. Looks comfortable for her. You might feel that it's too comfortable, but we know for a fact that she's just pushing those power through those legs and just giving out all her best into this ride.
That is very true because at this pace on an MTB, she might be pushing well into her zone 3 or even zone 4, and she might be doing some 150, 160, or even 165 beats per minute on her heart rate.
Heart rate is also a very crucial element in any endurance sport, especially in cycling when you're going long distances. It's very important to keep your heart rate under check, and for older riders, it's very important to keep it in a controlled environment so that they don't push very much over the limit. As you can see, this is the professional men final finish, and Naveen John has won the race. The senior pro, senior absolutely amazing rider, one of the goats of road cycling in India, so to speak, and Harshveer Singh Sekhon in second place. Look at the timing on that. Look at the timing on the 48-kilometer race.
Yeah, just they completed on the very same time as you can as we saw that Naveen John giving a tap to the shoulder of the junior there Hashvi, and encouraging him to excel in his professional racing career ahead.
Absolutely true. I think some of the best riders in India, some of the best, fittest athletes in India, so to speak. They work on their fitness, they work on their cycling, they work on their training day in and day out. They're thinking about cycling. Here we have amateur uh, finish. We have Sanjeev Kumar Sharma. I think he's from Delhi. Who's finished as the winner. We have
Rahul,
Rahul.
Kaushik, Rahul, Harshal, Santosh, and They have completed a very good pace of 36.5 kilometers, and look at the timing. It looks like a very good bunch finish there.
Unfortunately, we were not able to see the finish of the amateur road race, but it seems to be a bunch sprint and a tight finish for 1, 2, 3 positions and all the way up to number 10 as well. Just 1 second difference that we can see.
And if you see here, PT pushing through on the MTB women's 22-kilometer race, and she looks unstoppable. Like, look at her position, look at her cadence, looks very comfortable. No stretching, no bulging, no bouncing on the saddle. Looking very comfortable and at a very good pace.
Yeah, this is just an amazing race here in the Preeti is having an amazing day today. It's very comfortable weather to be racing, comfortable weather to be cycling as we get into the next U-turn, I believe.
Yeah, so this U-turn would mark the midpoint of her race. And if you can see here, the green riders getting ready for their ride, 10-kilometer ride, and I believe they would be going towards the north coast, taking a single, like partially going towards the north and the south coast, and then completing a 10-kilometer loop towards the arena.
Absolutely. I think it's been a coming together of the entire cycling community of Hyderabad. It's been an amazing day for cycling in this beautiful city. It's absolutely amazing weather also today. It's just the right temperature. It's just the beginning of winter, which is the best time to go out for a ride, to go out for a run, to go out for any physical activity here in this city.
And the AQI is also really good. In the morning, I checked that the AQI was under 100, and hence a very suitable condition for any kind of athlete, and a very suitable temperature for anyone who's willing to do some sort of racing or any high power packed athletic activity, be it running, cycling. As we are seeing the racing here, so this is perfect temperature, the perfect weather, the perfect air quality setting for this race.
You just briefly saw Preeti, and she's on that downhill section of that course, and I think she should be on her way to win this race because apparently there are very few competitors who can stay with her, and she's just powering through this course like the champion she is. I think this has been a very entertaining day for us. We saw a very entertaining race in the men's professional, the women's professional, as well as the amateurs, and now the MTB race is proving to be just as exciting as the road bike race as well.
That is very true. If you can see the stats here, Preeti doing 24.3 kilometers per hour. That is just mind blowing for an MTB. Trust me, if you sit on an MTB, if you are able to do 24 kilometers per hour, you are just an amazing athlete, because this is not a bike built for speed. This is a very capable bike, not for speed, but a very capable bike. But if you are riding it at that speed, it speaks loads and loads about you as an athlete.
Absolutely. I think once you've ridden a bike, you know the effort that is needed, you know what is needed to power that bike through wind, power that bike through the road. I mean, the MTBs have a larger tire, so they have more rolling resistance from the road as well. So that means that the power that is needed for that is even more higher.
That is very true, very true. And once you just sit on that bike, you'll know what we are talking about. And she's powering through all the men's MTB contenders as well, and she's just looking unstoppable. And as you can see, there is a good amount of sunlight also now, and people might be feeling a little relief from that chilly Sunday morning of Hyderabad.
Absolutely. I think there is another break that has happened in the women's MTB race behind Bernali. She seems to have broken away from the rest of the bunch as well. So it's a proper 1-2 situation that is happening in the women's MTB race. So Preeti powering herself towards that elusive victory, and then Barnali as well coming close behind.
That is very true. And here you can see the Zumba, the warm up exercises happening in a very fun way, and the host is doing an incredible job. Look at it.
It's also a celebration of cycling more than a competition. It's also the coming together of the entire cycling community, like we were mentioning again and again. Cycling is nothing without its community, without the members of its community who come together and support every event, support every ride. And this is what it's all about.
That is very true, very true. And as you were saying that warm up is important, as is cool down is also important. So whenever you have done a very high intensity exercise or even a medium intensity exercise, be always sure to cool down, stretch those muscles so that you can reduce the soreness in the muscles afterwards and aid in recovery. Recovery is very important. Just take some hydration, some carbohydrates after the ride or the run or any athletic activity. Take a good amount of carbohydrates. Carbohydrates will help you in recovering after the fact, and it will basically get you ready for the next day of activity.
You can see a few of the amateur riders also just finishing up their race. So as you again see Preeti powering through that course.
I think she's just nearing uh, the the U-turn. That would mark the halfway point for her, and she's almost at the U-turn right now. If you can see here, this is the U-turn point just after the arena, and this is going towards the north coast.
Yeah, as you can see, there is a slight uphill. This is very clear from this visual that after the U-turn, there is some power to be pushed because there is a slight uphill just after the U-turn. So riders slow down during the U-turn and they have to push through that uphill.
Yeah, that is true. That is not very evident when you are looking at the motorbike camera because the perspective of the camera and the road, they are very similar. And here you see that it has almost the Preeti has almost reached towards the U-turn, and there's a slight downhill towards the U-turn of this north coast, and I think she will be taking that U-turn very soon and finishing up the half midpoint of the race.
Riders taking breaks, riders taking getting nourished, getting hydrated. It's very important to be hydrated and be nourished during the ride as well. As you can see, some of the athletes from the men's MTB race powering through.
Yeah, they are also at the lap 3 now. So after this, there's only one more lap remaining for the men's rider, and they will be powering to the third and the final lap for in this 22-kilometer
You
MTB
can see
race.
the rider on the left hand side of the road just pushing a bit because that's the uphill which we were talking about. As you can see, Preeti here.
Yeah, Preeti has taken a U-turn and now she is towards that uphill battle. And but still she's looking strong, looking confident. There's no drop in pace, there's no drop in energy, and she's just going through.
Very nice, easy cadence, caring for the slight bumps in the road as well. For the most part, this road is very smooth, and there are very few bumps, or there are absolutely no potholes.
Yeah, thanks to the government of Telangana, the CFI, and they basically replenished this road. They have recarpeted this road, and they have repaired this road for the HCL Cyclothon. This was already in a very good condition, but they have made it perfect for any rider. They have made it very safe also for every rider. Uh, so yeah, thanks to all the supporters of this event.
and of course traffic being regulated, although not much inconvenience because it's a Sunday morning, but traffic has been controlled on this road thanks to the efforts of Hyderabad police. As the camera continues to focus on Preeti, a very accomplished performance by her, a very dominating performance, so to speak, in the women's MTB road race.
That is very true. So she has completely eliminated her competition, going towards that first position. I think she will win the first position along with her age category prize as well.
I think we're getting ready for the amateur road race 24 kilometer. It's the red bibs that are coming through. It's also a very interesting race, much shorter race, 24 kilometer on a road bike. Very important to get warmed up as we see Preeti again continuing her dominant performance in the MTB road race.
Yeah, so the amateur 24-kilometer road race will be flagged off at 8:20 a.m. The lineup at the gate will start at 8 a.m. and they will go towards the south coast. So it will be very similar to the amateur 48 kilometers riders. So, but instead of taking 4 laps, they will be taking 2 laps, and there is a good amount of participation also in this category. So if you can see the amateur 24-kilometer road race, there are 277 men riders and 50 women riders. So there's a lot of participation from the women athletes here as well.
We were mentioning the course as well. It starts off slightly downhill, so it's a much easier start. But then after the U-turn and after it goes under the flyover, that is where the uphill kicks in. I mean, it's a slight uphill, but it's significant for a race of this kind of a distance. So here is the route.
Yeah, if you can see here, this is the amateur 24-kilometer road race. It's very similar to amateur 48-kilometer road race route. They will be taking 2 laps of 12 kilometer each to complete 24 kilometers. And 48-kilometer amateur riders, they took 4 laps of 12 kilometers to complete 48 kilometers. So
Yeah,
Preeti here looking very strong, uh, very comfortable. I think she will be completing her second lap now and moving towards that the last lap, because she's moving towards south right now. So she will be going towards the arena and the U-turn to go towards the last lap very soon.
very strong performance here. It will be exciting to see. It's just a battle for second and third places here, and it seems to be that Preeti has this in the bag, and the step on the podium already. She might be already thinking of how she would like to celebrate. Although we say in cycling that don't celebrate too early.
Mhm. Yeah, that is very true. Keep yourself focused. You should not see anything but the road and the cyclists on the road.
Very true. So MTB has a very different position compared to a road bike as a rider. So your hands are wide. You need to have good shoulder strength to just keep those hands there. So there, you can see the elbows slightly bent, which is a very ideal position. So if the elbows are straight and locked in, you have a lot of pain on your shoulders. So if you're riding a bike over long distances, mostly a flat bar bike, even if it's a hybrid or a MTB, please take care to bend your elbows slightly so that your shoulders don't get all the pain.
And engage that core. Core engagement is very important if you want to stay aero. Uh, if the elbows are bent, if the core is not engaged, everything goes towards the triceps. So the position is not sustainable. So if you can see here, this is the MTB, the amateur road race 24 kilometers lineup, and they will be flagged off at 8:20 a.m. And at just at 8:30 a.m., the green light will also start.
So here comes Preeti. I think it was she was leading from the start. She was just getting into that one woman breakaway. We were mentioning how she was in her mood, in her flow, in that right momentum, right cadence, without much movement of the hips on the saddle, very comfortable pace, and she's continuing to do that. As you can see, refreshments being provided by our lovely volunteers. Very important to stay nourished. You always say there is a saying in cycling that you eat before you feel hungry and you drink your fluids before you get thirsty. So
So
that's very
everybody,
important.
just a small attention, a message to you that the governor sir will be here in just a few minutes.
A very
I
strong ride
request everyone to please be attentive, be
has
ready
just
to receive
gone
him
over
and
that
receive
slight uphill and then
the riders.
slightly a downhill section of the route at this moment. Lovely volunteers providing both food and fluids.
Medical support is also there. There are ambulances on standby. There is medical support professionals also available in the arena, and ambulances are also deployed on the other parts of the course. And yeah, this is just to make everyone is safe. If anyone needs any kind of
Sound test 1 2.
medical assistance, they can quickly be catered to.
So Preeti just checking for the number of laps that are left. I think she's maintained this pace for so long now.
Yeah, that is very true. So she'll be coming towards the U-turn, and that would mark the end of her second lap, and going towards that third lap after that.
I
So
request
this
all the
is the flag of
volunteers, the
area.
entire team
So the
residents and team to
amateurs
please
for
be attentive,
24
be
kilometer
ready,
road
get ready.
race
We have the riders
athletes
joining
will
us
be
in a
coming
few
here.
minutes, and we have our governor
So
sir
you
joining
can
us any
see
moment now.
everyone getting lined up ahead of the command center here.
This is a very interesting race. It's just 24 kilometers. So it will be very exciting to see what kind of formation they come into, how quickly these amateur riders can, or rather, the strongest riders from this bunch can come to the front and probably work together for some time. But it's such a short race in the context of cycling.
That is very true. So this 24 kilometers provides a very good platform for people to push beyond their zones as well, because they can. This ride will be, I think it will be close to 40-45 minutes, if I'm not wrong. And within that time, you can actually push beyond your zone 4, well into your zone 5, and still be comfortable. And I think that would be the strategy of some of the strong riders who have chosen to ride in this 24 kilometer instead of 48 kilometers. If they have very very strong zone 5s, and they can maintain a good pace in that zone 5, so the chances of winning in this 24 kilometers are more, because it's a sub 1 hour race.
You can see Preeti's bike setup there, one by at the front, which we were discussing earlier, that it's pretty hard to go on a one by and to maintain that speed, but she's able to somehow do that. As we see the dignitaries who are ready to flag off the amateur 24-kilometer road race. It's a very interesting race, the 24-kilometer one.
So the MTB 24 kilometer athletes coming up here at the finish line.
Well, HCL Cyclothon Hyderabad has not disappointed this year in terms of the excitement, the competition. The races have been very, very entertaining. All the races that we have been speaking of so far have been extremely entertaining. We've had bunch finishers, we've had breakaways, we've had strong riders finishing at the top, and we've had good competition.
Yeah, so the elite riders once again, the elite ride was once again won by Naveen John. The top rider of India as of now, and followed by Harshveer. So they will be taking a good hefty amount of money uh, home by winning this HCL Cyclothon. And what a wonderful performance they have shown. Uh, 40 plus kilometer per hour on this kind of a track. It's just astonishing.
I also think it's a good setup or a good preview to the national championships. That's also going to happen under the aegis of the CFI. It will be a very exciting, and then a lot of state championships also happen in the last couple of weeks. So Shri Jishnudev Verma, the governor, who is going to flag off this race. I think that is this is one of the so the 24-kilometer race is such a short race. It also reminds us on how important warm up is for shorter races. As you see Preeti powering through the course and looking very strong.
So she's again moving towards that north course. So that's marking her last lap. So after this U-turn, she will be going towards the last uh, 1/6 part of her race. So this is the last lap. So she's going towards the north course as of now, and then after the U-turn, the only thing between her and that hefty prize money is that finish line.
Absolutely true. I think we've seen strong performances in all categories, and but we've not seen such a dominant performance in any of the other categories. It's such a dominating performance by Preeti. We've seen a good two-man sprint in professional men road race. We've seen again a bunch sprint in the professional women. We've seen a big sprint in the amateur 48 kilometer, and we're all set for the finish for the women's MTB as well. As we see the 24-kilometer riders. So I was saying it's very important to be very warmed up, especially for a short race like this.
That is very true. So each of these riders in any of the categories, they have a timing chip which is installed on the back of their cycles on the seat post, which was given to them as part of their the racing kit, and that timing chip basically countdowns their timing on when they have crossed each of the checkpoints, and that basically gets populated on the website as well. So you can go to the HCL Cyclothon website, go to the Hyderabad 2025 edition, and check out the timings which are
Now
being
here is the
shared.
bunch sprint for the MTB men, and we have the winners there, and some disappointed riders as well. But that's all part of the sport.
Yeah,
But again, we had another bunch sprint.
that was a very powerful punch sprint, don't you think? Because it was going at a very fast pace, and it felt like a road bikes in the beginning to me. So I was thinking that what kind of riders were there, but yeah, that was a very powerful punch sprint.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's as they say, joy for some people, but disappointment for a lot others, and that's the part of sport. But again, another very interesting and very entertaining finish. So all the races have lived up to their billing, lived up to the hype that HCL Cyclothon provides. Every race, every single race this year has been exciting. The finish has been absolutely amazing, and everywhere there has been a lot of kind of very close finishes in all the categories so far. And the only category where we see a dominant performance, and that's another way of saying that it's been a very entertaining kind of an event, is the women's MTV, where we will see a very strong finish by Preeti.
That is true. So this is the lineup for the amateur 24 kilometers, and they will be going towards the south course, taking two laps as compared to the 4 laps of 48K amateurs. And after the 2 laps, they will be finishing in the same finish point. And I feel that I am seeing a lot of strong riders, very strong riders, even the teams in this 24 kilometers. So they have come here to win.
Are we seeing Preeti's position being challenged, or is it a rider from the men's category? I'm not entirely sure, but and
So
we have the start of the amateur road race for 24 kilometer.
yeah, so they'll be going towards the start line, and they will be starting at 8:20 a.m., which is 9 minutes from now. So they are going from the holding area towards the start line right now, and they'll be starting at 8:20, going towards that neutral zone of 1 kilometer, and then off to the race.
What we are also seeing is amazing drone visuals. It's super amazing to see a lot of riders. You can see there are still people to get to the start line. So it's a huge group of riders who are competing for the 24-kilometer amateur road race, and you can see beautiful drone footages showing all the riders going to the start line.
So after this road race, in 10 minutes at 8:30, the green riders will be flagged off, and they will be taking one loop and completing 10 kilometers for that green ride. And there are no the green ride is not a timed race, so there won't be any prizes for the green ride. But all the other categories, men, women, any kind of MTB or a road race, they all carry good amount of prizes, and uh, the prize money totals at around 33.6 lakhs, and this is one of the largest prize money that we have ever seen in any kind of racing in India.
Absolutely true. It's very important to reward.
To pedal one at a time. On the way, we can also see the riders coming back. The amateur road race 48 kilometers, making their way riding back. All the best to all you champions here. Whenever our Canada team asks you to pose, give a nice pose. That's where we can control your expression. Otherwise, it's all candid, right? So give out a brighter smile. Hands up, everybody! All the champions, hands up for a great group picture for the amateur road race riders 24 kilometers. This is HCL Cyclothon Hyderabad, the second edition, and you are all set to rock the stage. We'll be having a dignitaries to flag off in a few seconds from now. Whoever is your favorite idol or your favorite hero, just remember them. If it is Pushpa, Asal Taggadil. Right? Yeah, that's his sign. That's one. Good job, everyone. In 5 minutes, we shall flag you off. Let that excitement be intact and build more. Come on, all the boys. Get set. 4 minutes and the countdown are left for your flag off. The great vitamin D. Absorb that. The vitamin J, that is your Josh. Keep that intact. We are letting you go in a few seconds.
So if you can see here, Preeti riding very strong. So she has taken the last U-turn. So she's moving towards the finish line here, and looks like she is the only one which is ahead of her group, and there's nothing between her and the finish line and that prize money.
It's fascinating how she's just maintained that pace throughout, and you know, it's very difficult in cycling to maintain that consistent pace. So very strong ride, extremely stable on the bike, very comfortable, good cadence, and one of one of the best rides we have seen so far today.
Straight back. Straight back. End of the race, and she has shown a very dominant performance from the start, from the very beginning. When the flag off happened, she was the one who was in the breakaway, and then she dominated the entire race all alone. uh, one 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 person army.
Yeah, this is so true, and I think it's like I said, we have seen a lot of different kinds of finishes today. We've seen a uh, two man sprint for the finish in the professional men's. We've seen bunch sprints in both the women's professional as well as the amateur 48 kilometers. Now we are seeing we've seen another bunch finish in the men's MTB, and now we've seeing a one woman breakaway winning it.
Yeah, that is true. And there's only just 3 minutes in the amateur 24-kilometer flag off, and they will be heading towards the south course while Preeti completes her 22 kilometers on MTB from the north course.
Style practice. So once can I hear from all of you? Are you ready? Nah, not at all. I want to see everyone raising their hands up and shouting in the air. Are you ready? Fantastic. I request the dignitaries to please join me for the flag off. I request Rajat sir to please join me. Sundar sir to please join me for the flag off. As well as we have our DCP sir, Yogesh Gautam sir, with here with us for the flag off, and we are all set to let the spirits high. Just another 50 seconds and the countdown left to let you go. On the opposite side of the road, we also have the amateur road race riders, 48 kilometers coming back. Look at them, they have already started their journey and way back. We are going to have a similar view of yours. So let's do the countdown together. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Way we go! All the amateur road race riders, 24 kilometers. All the very best to you. Have a safe, happy ride. See you back with the same energy. All the very best. Good job, champions. Wishing you all good luck. See you soon. Way to go, way to go. Wonderful. A high five. Well, this side. Come on, all the best to all of you. Victory. Safe ride. Yes. I shall see you soon, everyone. HCL Cyclothon Hyderabad, the second edition. Rockstars are here. And now we'll
So here we see the neutral zone of the amateur 24-kilometer race, and they are moving slowly towards the end of the neutral zone, and from there the race will begin. And I feel that this will be one of the most power-packed ride that we will see in the amateur category today.
Absolutely. As you can see, there is a breakaway being formed. We were anticipating a very early breakaway, and I think some of the riders behind, they're trying to kind of rein in the breakaway, so to speak. But yeah, it's caught. That was a failed attempt at breaking away.
I think they are just lining up with their teammates just to see who has the legs, who has the capability, who has the energy to sustain that kind of a pace.
Two, one, and go! Riders! Amateur road race riders 24 kilometers, my female champions. Looking forward to see
Getting
you
back.
with more energy. Victory to you. Kilometer is your neutral zone.
So here the women's amateur 24-kilometer have been flagged off, and they are moving towards the neutral zone. And here we see the men's 24-kilometer, and they are attacking each other left, right, and center, because they know that it's just 24 kilometers. You just go hard or go home, and they are just pushing themselves. I won't be surprised if that is they are doing 40 kilometers plus in this race, and I think they will be doing better than the amateur 48 kilometer participants.
Absolutely, there is very little time in this race to make your moves, and you don't want to be in a wrong position. You don't want to be too far behind. Trying to catch up with the main bunch, and looking for opportunities at the start of the race is very important in a 24
10 positions here. The average speed and the net timings might need to be confirmed later, but you see the top 10 positions. Sahib, Rahul, Prashant, Gaurav, Ashutosh, and yeah, so they have completed the race in under 1 hour, which is very impressive for an MTB. And here you see the amateur race participants 24 kilometers going uphill on the way back after taking that first U-turn. And as we said earlier, they will be taking two loops. So they have already completed one fourth of their course, and they are already going towards the end of the first loop here, and they are going very strong. I have ridden through this particular course, and this is going slightly uphill, 1 to 2% uphill, and it's a little challenging to maintain this kind of a pace as well. And they are doing really, really well. And if they can carry 4 to 5 people in the breakaway, they will be able to manage a successful breakaway.
The peloton is going at a rapid pace, and I think it's slowed down slightly, probably because of the uphill as well. Uh, and you have the time checks here, and
So if
Bhavani
you see
Shankar
here,
Mehra.
So if you see here, as we suspected earlier, the amateur 24 kilometer, the pace is 47, mind blowing 47 kilometers per hour, and it's more than the elite men category, 48-kilometer category elite men. They might slow down later.
As you see the governor.
Here we can see on the screen the governor of Telangana has arrived, and you are seeing the visuals from the arena. So governor, so
And I request you to please join me on stage. A very warm welcome to you, sir. We request you to kindly take your seats, as now we will be requesting the riders to join us. The moment that we all have been waiting for is finally happening now. Thank you, Governor, sir, for your presence. The second edition of HCL Cyclothon at here, Hyderabad. Every time we think about fitness, we think about different sports. But cycling is such sport where it takes a lot, and the dear passionate riders are here from Pan India. The flag off that we will be expecting right now is the green riders who are riding 10 kilometers. Dear team, I request you to please be ready. Request all the volunteers and the team present here to please be ready. And now we will be expecting the riders to join us any moment. HCL Cyclothon launched HCL Group in 2023 with a mission to bring people together from all walks of life through a shared passion of cycling. The initiative has kicked off one of its kind movement in which the cyclists have found the perfect mix of fitness and creation. Today at the HCL Cyclothon is one of the largest road cycling events in India and the highest prize money cycling event in Asia. The initiative is hosted in Delhi, Chennai and Hyderabad, drawing 14,000 plus cyclists from across 25 states. Held with the support of state governments, HCL Cyclothon provides a safe motor vehicle-free environment for all the participants. The initiative encourages enthusiastic participants from amateur cyclists and offers a competitive platform for Cycling Federation of India. Alright, so we have the riders, the green riders, the fun riders, the passionate and energetic one with the green bibs, all set, lining up. So my dear friends, it's an honor for me to tell you all that right now we have the Governor of Telangana, Shri Jishnudev Verma ji with us. Can we make some noise? He was the one who said, I'm definitely going to be here to promote, to say that we care about you and we thank you for your participation. Thank you very much, dear riders, for your energy and enthusiasm. As I still see some of you are lining up, let's make sure that this energy stays intact and grows more. And now I request Sundar sir to please felicitate and honor our chief guest for today, His Excellency Governor of Telangana, to please be welcomed. And let's all put our hands together and make the highest noise ever. Welcoming you, sir. It's such an honor and delight for us to have you at the second edition at Hyderabad of HCL Cyclothon. Wonderful and a very warm welcome to you, sir. I'm sure that this particular moment will be cherished forever and your support shall stay intact with us in all the editions to come. And now, to all the riders, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite on stage Shri Sundar Mahalingam sir to please join me to talk to all of us, please. Sir, a message from you.
Good morning. Hope you can hear me. So, rousing welcome to the cyclists. Can I hear some noise from you guys? Yes. Early morning Sunday, on for a ride. Nothing better than this. Wonderful. I'm so happy that you're here and so glad that there's so much excitement and enthusiasm in Hyderabad for cycling. So first, let me thank our Governor of Telangana, Shri Jishnudev Verma, for coming here. I mean, he obviously has a very busy schedule, but he's taken the time and effort to come here to enthuse us, to excite us, so that, because that's the important that I think he and the entire state feels for cycling and for energy and health. So all of you should again give me a cheer for him to come in and thank him for his presence. Further, just quickly on HCL and why we do this. Our entire philosophy of HCL is about human potential multiplier, and because of which we feel that getting people to be the best version of themselves is important, and that we feel cycling does that. The sport is very important and gives you a lot of energy and takes you to what I call do things better than you could possibly have thought before. So that's why we look at cycling and doing this, and that's the very important reason for us to do this race. This is the fifth race of the day. As you know, 4 races have gone by, and you are the green ride, the final race which the governor will flag off. I finally would like to also thank the government of Telangana, who's really helped us so much in putting this together. It's not easy to do this race and put this all together without the support of the government and the ministry and the people from and Jayesh Ranjan, who's the IS officer in charge of this. A special shout out to him and thank you to him for having done this. So then, without further ado, I'll let the governor address you for a few words, help us, inspire us to move forward and take this forward. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. I congratulate the HCL Group for organizing this event in partnership with the Cycling Federation of India. Together, they have created a national platform that inspires people to embrace fitness and sustainable mobility. Such enthusiastic turnout reflects the growing popularity of cycling as a sport and lifestyle across India. Hyderabad is fast emerging as a cycling-friendly city with its scenic routes, expanding infrastructure, and growing community of fitness enthusiasts. The Kokapet-Kollur stretch, where today's event is held, perfectly captures the beauty and the vitality of this city. Events like the HCL Cyclothon strengthen our collective resolve to make Telangana a leading state in sports and wellness. To all the cyclists who participated, congratulations. Each one of you is a winner for demonstrating endurance and sportsmanship. And to the champions who will be facilitated today, your success will inspire many more to take up this sport. My best wishes to HCL, CFI, and the entire cycling community for continued success in this journey. So all the best and my best wishes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your trust in us, in the sport. We thank you for your presence. And now, everybody get ready for the moment of flag off. While I request our dignitaries to please rise and come forward for the flag off, I request His Excellency, our Governor of Telangana, Sir Jishnu Dev Vermaji, to come forward along with Rajat sir and Sundar sir to get ready for the flag off. Major General Ajay Mishra to step forward. And are you guys ready? So let's do the countdown of 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hit it! Congratulations! This is the flag off for all the green riders at HCL Cyclothon Hyderabad 2025. We all the riders happy and safe ride. Come back sweating, shining and smiling. This is your moment. Enjoy it. Cherish it and pedal it with all your heart. All the riders waving and saying a hi and a come back by.
Inconveniencing other residents of the area because it's a Sunday morning, and I'm sure that this is a great opportunity for everyone to come out there and ride their bike.
Yeah, so this green ride is very good opportunities for people who want to start riding, and they want to feel what riding feels like, how riding it can change your perspective towards cycling, and riding with the community is uh, way more fun than riding alone. And if you can see here, the green riders, they are taking a U-turn, and they will be moving towards the north coast, and they will be taking a single loop of 10 kilometers, and yeah, they will be finishing at the arena.
It's also amazing to see a lot of young faces in the green ride as we switch to the 24-kilometer amateur road race. Seems to be very exciting race in prospect.
So it looks like they have already taken a U-turn, and already on their way to towards the second loop in their 24-kilometer ride. So looks like very strong pace that they have maintained. And if you can see here, at 15 kilometers mark, they have already been more than 40 kilometers per hour, with Nilesh leading the bunch, followed by Sagar, and this is a pro level performance. Obviously, they know that it's just 24 kilometers, so they are pushing as hard as possible, and they seem to be very streamlined. The peloton seems to be very streamlined in the slipstream, which is the ideal way you want to be, and they are following the the main um, uh, goal here.
Absolutely. Although we have seen the top three names, it's a hard call. You can't say if those top three will end up in the podium. It's they're all bunched together. They are all very close in terms of their abilities. We can see some very strong riders from Hyderabad also in that bunch. So it's going to be very exciting. It's very interesting, or it's rather very heartening to see lot of local riders also, amateurs who have been racing with us in local races also come up and then try and win something big and try to push their limits. But this is going to be a very exciting race because no one is giving anyone any opportunity. As we see a one man breakaway kind of forming, I think this person is kind of fed up with what working in the bunch, or is this This is the amateur women 24 kilometers. Another very exciting race in prospect, much smaller peloton in this case.
Yeah, if you can see here, there is no lack of energy in the women's amateur 24-kilometer as well, and they are also moving very fast. I would say they are moving faster than the women elite riders, and they are maintaining the pace as well. And they are moving towards the south coast as we can see here, and they are also on their second loop. So you can see that Shweta, Kriti, and Anushka, they are leading the bunch, and they are almost upwards of 36 kilometers per hour, which is actually more than the amateur 48 kilometers men's pace.
Absolutely true. I think they're pushing it. They just need to keep this pace. I think there is a break forming in the women's race as well. So four riders are, and I think they are left behind, or they're trying to catch up with the bunch that has surged in front. It will be very interesting. Both the men's and women's 24-kilometer races are very exciting races in prospect. Men's, because there is a bunch sprint that is happening, and in women's race there is a breakaway that has gone through, and the riders behind are just working among themselves to try and maintain that, or try to catch up with the bunch that is ahead of them.
Yeah, if you can see here, the women's 24-kilometer amateur race riders, they have caught up to the back of the amateur men 24-kilometer riders. We can see a bunch of amateur riders, and now we can see that the amateur 24-kilometer men's race riders, they have taken the U-turn. There is one person in the breakaway, and he knows that there is only one thing in ahead, and that is the finish line.
Looking behind to see where the bunch is, this seems to be a very pivotal moment in this race. Vinay, who's surged ahead, I think that is this is a very important phase in this race, and looking at where the peloton is, it seems to be he seems to be getting away from them, and there is a lot of work to do for the peloton.
Yeah, that is very true. So it's only 6 kilometers remaining. So nothing can be said that he will be able to push it or not. Peloton has a lot of power because of the aerodynamic advantage and multiple people working. But this rider also seems to be very determined, and has maintained like has managed to maintain a 200 meter gap between the peloton and himself. And if you can see here, hydration is very important, and in stressful conditions like these, hydration and nutrition is what will keep you going.
It was a very decisive move. We were continuously talking about how mental the game is. I think at some point he would have thought that let's do it alone, and then try to form a breakaway. And here we are back to the men's 24-kilometer amateurs.
Yeah, so the women 24-kilometer amateurs, they are surging past the backside of the men's rider, and they are also looking very strong. And there's a healthy four people pallet bunch which is broken off from the main peloton, and this is what I was talking about. A 4 to 5 rider bunch is one of the most scariest bunch to be in, because they can't be caught off. If the riders are good, if they work together, if they are working in sync, it will be very difficult to catch them.
Now you can see how they are working together. Probably the rider in the blue jersey who is on screen right now did not want to work with the other rider, but then the rider in the brown color jersey had to slow down ever so slightly to get behind her slipstream. Now they seem to be working very well, and they seem to have understood that if they work very well, they can get this in a bunch sprint. So Shweta, Kirti, and Anushka in the top three positions at the moment.
Yeah, so they are strategizing on how to proceed, because after this U-turn, it will be only the finish because this is the second lap and the last lap. So after the U-turn, there will be only a straight road between them and the finish line. So they want to strategize properly. They want to see who is preserving energy, who has the legs to surge forward, and whom to catch. Because after this U-turn, it will be a game of cat and mouse.
Absolutely true. It's the uh, see the three leaders in the women's 24-kilometer race, but it's hard to say who will win among this bunch. There could be a lot of dynamics at play, and we can see few more people join, one more person joining. So I think they are all working together right now, and it seems to be very difficult to call out who should be the winner, who would be the winner among these four.
Yeah, that is true. It seems like it will be a bunch finish, but after the U-turn, as I said, that there is a slight uphill. So let's see who has the legs to carry that speed uphill, and it looks like there is some sort of surge in the bunch, and two riders who seems to be feeling well. They are thinking that we should go forward, but they have slowed down a little bit. Probably just testing each other on how the other person is feeling. Let's see, because these kind of tactics are also very important, because you want to know what your opponent is carrying, if they are feeling good or not, because it will be a decisive moment at the end.
Absolutely true. In cycling, it's also important how you feel on that day. You could have the highest power, you could have very good numbers in training, you could be powering through your training sessions, you could be achieving all your numbers in training, but on the race day, how you feel, how your legs are feeling, and how you are able to cope up with that pressure and respond to attacks. I think that is the most critical element of winning races.
Yeah, that is true, because the thing is that in training we generally have a very consistent paces, and during race you have to go up and down. You have to cross multiple zones, go up and down, and that actually takes some more toll on your body, on your mental uh, fitness, because you think that you won't be able to sustain another surge, but somehow you find that energy. So that training uh, is the one which gives you the power to push forward in these kind of micro surges, and these are very painful to endure. Being endured few of them myself as well.
Absolutely true. We are just approaching the last U-turn point. Uh, you would have seen a flyover the Kokapet exit, or the Neopolis exit on the ORR, which is that flyover. Once the riders take the U-turn and go under that flyover, that's when the road slightly kicks up. That's where I believe this race can be won or lost, and that is where the riders in this bunch can make moves and try to outsmart each other.
Yeah, after the initial U-turn, the road will be flat, but after that flat road, as Avinash said, during the at the place where the flyover is there, the road kicks up. So there is that could be a defining moment of who could be taking the bunch forward.
As you can see, the top four riders, Siddhi, Kirti, Anushka, they are kind of leading the bunch, and we can look at the men's 24-kilometer race as well.
Yeah, here the rider has managed to keep that gap, even increase that gap, and probably it will be very difficult for the peloton to keep catch this guy now, because it's less than 3 kilometers remaining, and it's a huge gap to for the pelotons to catch up. The guy is also feeling some heat, because he has been working very hard, and if the peloton surges, there would be some sort of a catch up as well.
Although it's just a 24-kilometer race, you need to be mindful of where your energy levels are. It could be an opportunity for him to, maybe if he has access to, slip on a couple of gels or keep himself hydrated. If he has liquid fuel, liquid glucose or sugar in his bottle, try to take a few sips, keep himself high on energy.
And if you can see here, the peloton seems to be catching up now. They seem to be realizing that the time is now short and the person ahead is quite far off, and they seem to be surging now and getting ready for that one sprint. Because the thing is that right now only less than 2 kilometers are remaining.
Vinay, who is at the head of the race, is looking very flustered. He's just his facial expression seem to suggest that he is under too much of overpower, or he's in very high zones, probably in zone 4, zone 5, in that range.
Yes, the cadence has also dropped, which might indicate that the rider is feeling the heat. The legs have accumulated some lactate, and right now there is slight downhill, which might give some respite to the rider.
Yeah, but what he has managed to do is he's managed to keep the peloton at a good distance as we switch to the women's 24-kilometer race.
So here, the women's 24-kilometer race, they have. Oh, the person who was in the breakaway has won. That's just incredible. That's a feat of achievement, because no one would have believed that. Okay, so after going solo, you can. But this is just incredible. Just look at the excitement on the rider's face.
I think he just managed. If it would have been 1 kilometer more, he would have gone into the red. But yeah, I think not enough road for the peloton to catch up. Just he had just enough in him to go to the finish line, and incredible performance by him.
Yeah, if you can see here, the women riders, they are riding slight uphill now, and they have managed to stay together, and now they are attacking each other. So it's a good point to create a distance between the strong and the other riders, and maybe if they can get away, then they can guarantee a podium for themselves, one and two. And yeah, looks like they might be able to surge, but the riders on the backside, they are also very strong, and they have slowed down a little bit, and looks like they are not getting away this time.
Yeah, a failed attempt at a breakaway, but still they have a few couple of bike lengths between the first and second position were stuck together, and now the other two are just catching up, and they've come back into that four-woman breakaway, trying to power themselves to the finish line.
Yeah, so they are staying together at least for the next 3 to 4 kilometers that we have, and they are at a very good pace. If you can see here, 35 kilometers per hour at 18 kilometers mark at the U-turn. Kriti, Anushka, and Shweta, they are together, and they are riding really strong, I would say.
I think this is also an opportunity, slight uphill. You can see one of the riders out of her saddle and just powering through, just pushing through that phase where it's a slight uphill, and then trying to push herself towards the finish line. It's going to be a test of mental strength also towards the end. Although, like we were mentioning, it's just a short race, but it's high on energy. You can see the speeds have already surpassed the 48-kilometer race, and it's going to be a very exciting finish.
Yeah, that is true. And now that you will see that they have slowed down a little bit, and this is also again a race tactic which is being played. If they know that they are much ahead of the peloton and they have quite a bit of leeway, so they are trying to slow down so that they have the energy for the bunch sprint, and they will be hydrating, and they will be, and until unless someone tries to overpower everyone and try to get away, uh, but they are trying to slow down so that they can gather some energy for that last one sprint.
Yeah, it seems to be the calm before the storm. We expect a four-woman bunch sprint at the end. No one seems to be who will be the first person to move. So that is a question, and it's again a game of cat and mouse.
Yeah, so if you see here, everyone will be looking on towards their shoulder to see if someone has surged and they can catch on to their slipstream. But yeah, it's a very stressful situation, I would say, because it's you don't know who will be surging, and if their surge is powerful enough that you will be able to catch it or not.
Absolutely true. The last few moments of the women's race, still the bunch is together. We've seen a lot of attacks. We've seen people the women trying to break away from one another, but they seem to have settled into that this four-person breakaway. Even they're not exchanging positions so as to get into each other's slipstreams. They're just waiting for the final assault. So you have Kirti, Anushka, Shweta, and Siddhi, the four women who are fighting for three positions. So it's going to be a very exciting finish.
That is very true. So, looks like the men's have also completed their race. We unfortunately didn't get to see the punch sprint of the peloton, but probably we'll be able to see the sprint of these four very powerful women riding really fast and maintaining a very healthy speed. Right now, they have slowed down just to gather their energy and see who can surge and who can keep the pace high, and who can try to break away, because right now the peloton is quite far behind, so they don't need to go very fast. They want to conserve energy for the very end, so they are hydrating often, and they are trying to see who wants to surge ahead, and they will follow.
I think it's anyone's game, anyone's podium here. The fourth place person would be very bitterly disappointed here, but we are expecting a photo finish. We are expecting all four of them to go for it and to go for the podium.
Yeah, that's true. Looks like uh, they they are now catching up a little bit. They are increasing their pace a little bit now. They will be going towards they might be approaching the finish line very soon now, and someone will be surging ahead, uh, looking at the finish line.
Absolutely true. It all depends on who will break into that sprint first. And I'm sure that if one person breaks into that, everyone will follow. And it also depends on who has the legs at the lagging stage of this entire day, which has been pretty awesome.
Yeah, and it also depends upon the length at which they start their search. If the person who starts their search at a very early stage, they might not be able to sustain that search. But if suppose that they time it perfectly, they will. If they know that this is the distance I have my uh, energy levels at, and I can sustain that search, then they will be able to sustain it.
I think understanding of yourself as an athlete, understanding of how good you are in the sprint, the confidence level that you have in sprinting to a finish line, the power numbers that you always look at, the training that you have done, it all comes down to this. It all comes down to this moment where you have to express it all.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Looks like the person in the front, they are remaining in the front, but everyone is not willing to come forward, and they want to conserve their energy. And we will be coming to the finish line very soon now. Looks like it's just in the line of sight now.
Here you have some of the riders from the men's finishing, and
Yeah,
I
and
think we are nearing the finish line for the women as well.
yes, yes. So we will be seeing some sort of an excitement here now, and we will be seeing some sort of a surge by any one of the riders, because they have been riding in a relaxed pace from the past 2 to 3 kilometers. So they might have cleared up that lactate in their legs, which might have accumulated in the early stages of the race. But now let's see who has the legs to surge.
Absolutely true. One observation is that the person in front, the lady in front, has remained in front. She's not seeked support. I did not see her flicking her elbow to encourage the other riders to come to front and to share the load. So it seems to be Either the riders behind her are not cooperating with her, and that's they're well within their right to not cooperate as well, or she's very confident of herself having that power to take it all the way to the finish line.
It could also be that she is a teammate of one of the other riders in the bunch. So maybe she's doing the work for her, and maybe let's see what do we have in store for us. And one interesting fact that I noticed is some of the riders, they have not attached their bibs, the bib number on their thighs very efficiently, which is basically kind of flapping around in the wind, maybe slowing them down ever so slightly. um, so that's one thing to take care of.
Yeah, at this stage, the 1% matter, the 1% advantage, the slight advantages in aerodynamics that could happen. So yeah, as we look towards the close of this women's race, just to recap, what a wonderful day we've had. We've had bunch finishes, we've had one-man breakaways, we've had one woman breakaways in the amateur MTB race. We've had bunch sprints. We've had couple of riders getting to the front. So wide variety of finishes today, and it's been a very exciting day. And looking forward to the final finish of the day. And there seems to be that rider in the white jersey who is just trying to get ahead of the bunch, and here it starts.
Yeah, so I feel that the rider in the white jersey didn't have that kind of a cadence to get ahead, because for these kind of surges you need a good amount of cadence. As I said earlier, RPM, the cadence should be very high for one to sustain that.
It's still anybody's podium to win. So three riders coming together now. This is going to be an exciting finish. Looking at each other.
So yeah, they seem to be in the line of sight of the finish line, and the the rider in the white jersey seems to be very strong, and seems to be determined, and she's looking at at her shoulder to see if someone else is surging as well.
Out of her saddle, and now she started the sprint, and the others follow. This is a very strong sprint, and it looks like it's going to be a photo finish. It's all very close. I think she's done it.
Yeah,
The
she
rider
has.
in the white jersey has just managed to cross the finish line first.
That was a very strong finish. It was a very strong, long sprint as well, and probably she knew her limits, and she was able to sustain that sprint even out of the saddle, because going out of the saddle, it takes more power, it takes more energy, and you can hit that anaerobic zone very soon. So you need to be very careful. So, but she has seemed to be done it, and the two riders, they basically were able to drop the other two riders on the back.
Absolutely, we've seen a great finish. Top four riders, and only three of them can stand on the podium. But it's very close. An excellent ride by these ladies. Very strong. We've seen them throughout the race managing that kind of power, managing that kind of cadence and that form. And amateur riders, they have done really well, especially among the women. It's been a fantastic day for cycling.
Yeah, that is very true, because they were able to drop that peloton, and they were able to surge ahead and maintain that breakaway, and they were able to work with each other, even though they were not perfect in working with each other, but they were able to take it to the home.
Absolutely amazing, as we have a drone shot of the area where a lot of things have happened, a lot of excitement has happened, and we look forward to the prize distribution and the medal distribution and the announcement of the winners, and of course the completion of the green ride where the enthusiasm has been superlative.
Yeah, if you can see here, this is a cricket ground on which the holding area has been constructed. There are multiple tents catering to each and every rider, be it their nutritional needs, their hydration, their medical needs, or their bike needs. So there are multiple bike shops also available who can repair the small glitches in the bikes, or maybe tune their bikes if if need be.
As we conclude a very interesting day, we look back at the professional men's road race where Naveen John and Harshveer Singh second, and Naveen just edging out Harshveer in a sprint finish. We have Manjeet Kumar who finishes on the podium as well, and we have very strong riders from across the country finishing in the top 10. And this has been an amazing race.
Yeah, this was a very perfect performance by the elite men's riders. Even though we thought that amateur 24-kilometer will be faster, but yeah, nothing beats the elite men riders. They are just that's the reason why they are called professionals.
Absolutely, they work on their fitness, they work on their cycling day in and day out. The kind of effort that they put, the kind of focus they have on their sport is amazing. So here, amateur men's 48 kilometer, we have Sanjeev Kumar Sharma, very strong rider, Rahul and Parshuram, a local rider from Hyderabad,
So Parshuram
finishing
used
on the
to
podium.
be a pro rider earlier. He used to be used to compete in pro races, but he has since retired from many years since then, and has now returned to cycling, and he is doing quite well.
Absolutely power packed performance in the 48 kilometer category. And here we have amateur men's race 24 kilometers. Vinay Goswami, who's the winner in a one man breakaway. He sustained that, just managed to finish it without going into the red over the finish line. And look at the speeds, 40.3 kilometers per hour. Karthikeyan and Karthi finishing on the podium.
And look at the stats here. All the way from second to the 10th position, it was a bunch finish, all having the same stats, and it was just amazing to see that bunch finish.
Absolutely true. Congratulations to Vinay, and it was an amazing race by him in the 24 kilometer, 40 24 kilometer men's amateur road race. As we have the amateur men's MTB race where Syed Ibrahim finished on top.
So this looks like to be a one-man breakaway. Syed Ibrahim have topped the second person by uh, 8 minutes.
Fantastic. So all the people, I know it's little sunny. Right now will not take much time. It's just quick that we announce the results as the results are with me. Requesting you all to please come closer. This has been fantastic while I was interviewing many of you. Got to know that you all loved this edition. The second edition of HCL Cyclothon Hyderabad. Truly enjoyed it. I'm sure the view also looks lovely. The ride was great and you all had a good time. We also had the presence of His Excellency Governor of Telangana, and that is Shri Jishnu Dev Varmaji. He joined us for the flag off of the green ride. I wish we could have him for the entire time, but then yes, he did attend. And most importantly, what's important is your energy and your participation. So can we give a huge round of applause for each one of you, all the participants? Yay! Woo! Hey, 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 come on everyone, come closer. Let's celebrate! जैसे ही आप ढोल बजा रहे हो ये सब खड़े हो गए देखने कौन नाच रहा है कोई नहीं नाच रहा I want everyone to come come closer to the stage. Let's all celebrate the success of the champions together, and also let's celebrate the participation of yours. So for which I request all of you who are standing out back there, सामने आ जाओ, प्राइज नहीं मिलने वाला क्या? Come inside. ముందుకు వచ్చేయండి అందరూ. Come forward. Let's all, just 60 seconds. Let's all enjoy the music. Only 60 seconds. I want you, through your moves, to tell me how you felt the second edition was. All right? Are we ready? Wherever you are. 60 seconds. Like Shahrukh Khan says, Chak de India, ye 70 minutes tumse koi nahi chhin sakta. I'm not giving you 70 minutes, utna time bhi nahi hai. Only 60 seconds I'm going to give you all. And I want everyone, wherever you are, just move on the music. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1, go! Very good, I love your energy. Hey, 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 yeah! Champions of Hyderabad. Come on, everyone! Hey, 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 hey! Woo! Don't shy. Nobody's watching you. Nobody cares about you. Dance. Make noise for yourself. All right. Woo! Last 10 seconds. Bhaiya. Woo! Lovely, lovely. Truly, let me tell you, the ones who moved, I say kudos to you. The rest who moved in your brain, you felt like dancing in your brain but not physically. Okay, that's not bad. At least you were dancing in your brains. But still, if you were thinking, what will the person beside me think about me? Trust me, nobody cares what you're doing because everyone is busy with their own mindsets and thoughts. So, thank you very much for moving and shaking your legs together. And now it's the time where I call the dignitaries on stage. I request the dignitaries to please join me on stage as I call their names. Can I please request Mr. Sundar Mahalingam to join me on stage? President, Strategy, HCL Group to please grace this stage for prize distribution. And I also invite Major General Ajay Mishra to please join us on stage. Sundar sir and Major General Ajay sir to please join me on stage. Champions, it's your turn. Okay, now let me ask you before the dignitaries join on stage, how many of you will cheer for the champions? Raise your hands. Don't lie. Don't lie. Now you're raising hands. When I invite the champions, nobody's clamming. Do you promise to cheer for the champions? Yes. Don't forget, you're promising me and I don't forget anything. All right, so we have the leaders on stage. I request Sundar sir to please welcome and felicitate our guest today, Major General Ajay Mishra, General Officer Commanding Telangana and Andhra Sub-area. Can we put our hands together, boys and girls? Warm welcome to you, sir. I request Sundar sir to also present this memento of gratitude to sir. I'm sure these moments will always be cherished and we want your support always for HCL. Check, check. right, sir. So we are ready with the results and we are starting off with the professional road race riders female category. So my dear riders, the professional road race riders female. I call it in 3, 2, 1, or the second runner-up, first runner-up, and the winner. So all those riders, professional road race, can you raise your hand because I want to see where you are. Can you raise your hands, professional road race riders? Okay. पता है इनको किनको prize मिलने वाला है इसलिए first line में. I want everyone to pay attention. We are starting off with the professional road race riders for 8 kilometers. The female category and the second runner-up is bib number 105 Harshita Jakar from Rajasthan. Congratulations, Harshita. At the HCL Cyclothon Hyderabad. Congratulations! And now the winner is bib number 110 Pooja Babandanole from Maharashtra. Here we are congratulating the champion, bib number 110 Pooja from Maharashtra. Can we all put our hands together for all the champions on stage? And now, the picture of the champions. Raise your trophies higher. We have second runner-up Harshita, first runner-up Swasti, and the winner Pooja on stage. The second edition of HCL Cyclothon Hyderabad. Congratulations once again to the champions and winners. And thank you all. As you promised, you are cheering for the winners. And now it's time for the professional road race riders. We have the men category results. Okay, so everyone get ready. We're announcing the male category and the second runner-up is... Okay, let me ask you, are you guys ready? Okay, fantastic, fantastic. Okay, so the second runner-up is bib number 2, Surya Thatu from Maharashtra. Congratulations, Surya. Presenting the check of 80,000 rupees. Naveen John from Karnataka. Congratulations, Naveen.
इसमें से कौन सा बोलना है अभी? कौन सा बोलना है अभी? ना? अरे
Congratulations to the first runner-up. Naveen, kudos to you. And now it's time that I call out the champion, the professional road race rider. And the winner is bib number 6, Harshveer Singh from Punjab. Joining in style. Hey, you look like John Abraham, man. Having the champion on stage, Harshveer Singh from Punjab, everybody! All the champions are on stage. Can we all make a big round of applause for them? Woo-hoo!
amateur road race riders 48.
Woohoo! Lift your trophies high. Trophies up. Yes, this is your moment of celebration. Congratulations once again to all the champions. And the next category is amateur road race riders, 48 kilometers, female followed by male. So I request all the participants to please come closer to the dais. So these were the champions of the professional road race riders, male, female, 3, 2, 1. And in a few minutes from now, as the dignitaries join us back, I will be announcing the amateur road race, male and female for 48 kilometers. Can I see the participants of those category, please? Amateur road race, 48 kilometers. Where are you? Where are you? Wave your hand and let me see you. Okay. So the maximum noise is going to come from this chunk, right? This side, this side. What a lovely confidence. वहाँ से आएगी आवाज. Too good, yeah, too good. That's the spirit I think we all should accommodate, and I'm sure people at the back also who can hear me, shout out for your friends, shout out for the champions, because only when you cheer others, others will cheer you. So remember, you are just doing your bit, let others do theirs, right? So we'll be having our dignitary Rajat sir is here back on stage. Sundar sir is also here. So with your permission, let's get started for the amateur road race category, women, second runner-up, first runner-up, and the winner. So Hyderabad today, this morning, has witnessed one of the beautiful cycling tracks, cycle heroes, I must say. That is you all. You've made it. Yes, the preparation and the plan by the team has been executed well, but the people who actually resonate to that energy is the cyclist group here. How many of you are here from the cycling groups? There are different groups, right? Can I see them? Yes. That's the power, and I'm sure you know that we also have a recognition for the best cycling group and the community and the corporates, right? Yes? So get ready for the titles towards the end. That's the last thing that I'll be announcing. And when I call that, every one of you can join with the community or the corporates. Major General Jai Shankar is here with us to present the next category of awards along with Sundar sir. So with your permission, shall we start the awards category? Fantastic. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, amateur road race 48 kilometers female. Second runner-up is bib number 766, Kiana Barua. Congratulations! Woo-hoo! Kiana joining us on stage. Everybody put your hands together for the champion. Second runner-up. Woo! That's the champion receiving an award for 30,000. And now the first runner-up is, the first runner is bib number 785, Arpita Ketan Pandya. Congratulations! Woo! Let's cheer the champion. Congratulations, Arpita Ketan. You made it to the first runner-ups. You are the finishers on stage. And now I would like to call the final winner is bib number 771, Jeanat Ayub Sayed. Congratulations to you. Let's put our hands together for 771. Congratulations, champions. You also are receiving the goodies. All the champions are receiving goodies from the last shield and the whole truth. So thanks to them for getting us on board. Yes, congratulations once again, champions. And now get ready for the next category, that is amateur road race, 48 kilometers male. Champions, we would like you to make this moment more memorable. Get ready, everybody. I'm announcing the second runner-up. And that is bib number 319, Parshuram Chenji. Congratulations. Congratulations, Parshuram. What I really love about you, is you yourself took the video when coming on stage. People, can you all cheer for the champion? Making his moment even more memorable one. Runner-up is bib number 621, Congratulations, champions. Lift your trophies and smile the biggest one. Lovely to have you all guys joining us this year. We would love to see you again next year, but keep inspiring more people to join you next time. Thank you. And I request next Maninder sir to please join me on stage for giving away the awards for the next category. And the next category is MTB Road Race. Where are you guys? Okay, you all are right here. Okay, so in a lost and found by me, there's a mobile phone, iPhone, lost at the entrance. I have it with me. If in case anybody is missing their phone, forget it. Okay, so L. Valluri, anyone reaching out? I'm handing this over to my team here closer to the stage. Anyone who lost their phone can please come and collect, verified before you take it. I wish that was 17 Pro Max and I would have claimed it. Just joking. Okay, everyone, let's get ready for the results. I request Maninder sir and Sundar sir to please step forward as we are now going to witness the champions of the MTB category women. And on the third position, that is the second runner-up, we have bib number 3230, Vandana Singh. Congratulations. Come on, Vandana, join us on stage. Woo-hoo! Congratulating the champions. Hey, Vandana, lovely to have you. Bib number 3230. Let's hear it for Vandana. And next, the first runner-up is joining us back on stage again this year, bib number 3233, Barnali Mahela. Congratulations, Barnali. The champions at different cities, all the way again to Hyderabad, traveling with us at different places of HCL Cyclothon. Congratulations to you, Barnali. Come on, let's hear it louder for all the champions on stage. And now, I've got to announce the champion, the winner. Bib number 3232, Preeti Gupta. Congratulations, Preeti. Woohoo! Swagging all the way on the stage. She is 3232, Preeti Gupta. The moment of pride for the champions. You made it. Come on, raise your trophies higher and smile a bit more. Shall I help you? Woo! Thank you once again to the champions for taking part and motivating many more next time. Thank you so much. Before I announce the next category, there's something very important. This child has lost parents somewhere. So the parents, what's her name? The parent? Okay, I'm unable to understand. Okay, so anyone? Papa is coming over there, all the way. Akadunna Nana Chudu, this side. Yes. Okay, everything is well when things are well sorted. Parents are found. Now we continue with the award ceremony. Okay, so now calling out the MTB category. Okay, guys, attention. The child found the parent now. Coming back to cheering the champions. MTB category male. Can I hear you first before I call the names? Louder, everyone. Yes. And the person who secured the second runners-up position is bib number 3064, Ashutosh Shukla. Joining us in midst of the crowd, Ashutosh Shukla, the second runner-up for the MTB men category. Congratulations to you, Ashu. Let's congratulate everybody by putting a hand. And now I announce the first runner-up. That's bib number 3137, Omina. Congratulations to you. Woohoo! Congratulations Om, bib number 3137 for securing the first runners-up position for the MTB road race category. Check. Okay, and the moment is here where I call the winner, and that is bib number 3143, Rahel Bhatia. Congratulations, Rahel. Swaying all the way to the stage, right from pedaling to jumping towards the stage. That's what makes the champions true elite. Thank you, Last Shield and the whole truth for gifting these goodies and complimentary gifts to the champions. Can we all put our hands together for all three of them on stage? Lovely. Congratulations, dear champions. And next, the results of 24 kilometers is awaited. Okay, you don't have to go. It's right there. It's right here on stage. Just announcing in a few minutes. So I request everyone, the last category of results are to be announced. Samaja, andaru vacheyandi ikkada munduka. Everyone, let's all enjoy together as we wrap this, the last awards category. So I request Maninder sir and Sundar sir to please be on stage to felicitate the champions, and the results are here with me. Are you ready? No, I'm not starting. If I don't see the energy, we're not starting. Are you all ready? Now we are ready. Okay, so the 24-kilometer amateur race, the person on the third position, female, is bib number 2712, Siddhi Wafalkar. Congratulations, Siddhi. Woohoo! champion of the 24-kilometer ride. Lovely. Congratulations to the gold power. Thank you to Lashield and the whole shoot for the goodies and complimentary gifts. And now, the results for amateur road race 24 kilometers male. The last three individual gifts. This time, I want to hear the loudest cheer. It's not just for them, but it's for all of us because we made it today, right? So are you all ready for the results? Arey yaar, awaaz nahi aa rahi, जोर से, are you ready? Okay, so the person on the second runner-up position is bib number 2422 Karthikeyan. Congratulations, Karthikeyan, the champion on stage. Please take your position. Karthikeyan, what will make you to smile? Smile for the picture, dude. Come on, smile. Big one, yes. And next, the bib number, the first runner-up is 2591 Karthikeyan Kumar. Congratulations. 2591 Karthikeyan Kumar. So both Karthikeyans are on stage. Karthikeyan alongside Karthikeyan on stage. And now, the champion, the winner of the category amateur road race 24-kilometer male is bib number 2569 Vinay Goswami. Congratulations, winner. Congratulations, champion. Come on, pose louder. Bigger one, big smile on your faces. We gonna cherish it on the social media pages. Thank you so much. Careful. All right, for the age category winners, it's not going to be announced here. We have a separate event for the age category prize winners. So this is just an announcement. I'm sure many of you would come now to ask me. For the age category wise prize winners, there will be a separate event altogether. And on team right now, I have the team CFI. Can we hear louder for them for the greatest support always? Team CFI. After this, we have the highest corporate participation recognition and highest cycling group participation recognition. So don't go, we still have the 2 trophies there. Wait here, and when I call your name, come cheering running on the stage. So right now, all that we can do is, with all our energy, make some noise for the team CFI! Woo! Sorry. Thank you, CFI team, for making sure that you were there for each and every moment, making it successful. The second edition of HCL Cyclothon at Hyderabad. We truly pay our gratitude for your support. Let's put our hands together. Let's put our hands together to the team HCL for making it larger and bigger every single time. Possible. And now we have the two more important trophies to be given away. Right now, I request Rajat sir and Amar sir to please step forward to give away the following trophies. Okay, so for the corporate participation, it's not easy to get a big chunk of people, probably like-minded or not, but to come together. But that's your spirit and that shows your true commitment. Can I please invite the highest corporate participation champion, and that is, any guesses? Warner Brothers Discovery! Join us on stage. Come on, Warner Brothers Discovery team, join us. This is your moment to shine. I request everyone from Warner Brothers Discovery team to join me on stage. Let's receive this moment together. It's everybody's effort because every participation is important, right? So is that Warner Brothers, or because a group picture is happening, half of the crowd is coming on stage? It is Warner. Oh, okay. Oh yes, I'm taking a moment of laughter. Woo-hoo! Some of you can also come down. आधे लोग और हैं, नीचे आ सकते हैं. There's a big place, you can come down. Come on, three cheer for Warner Brothers. Hip hip, hip hip, hip hip, hooray! That's the spirit of Warner Brothers Discovery as the highest corporate participation. Discovery team for joining us on stage, and the next award is for the highest cycling group participation. an idea that the crowd coming on stage will be huge. That's why we made a very strong stage. The stage is built very strong because we knew half of the crowd will be coming here. Thank you very much, dear team. And now moving to the maximum participating cycling group. But before that, I would like this area to be cleaned up. All the team of Warner Brothers, I give you 30 seconds for the picture and then clean because we want the other group to join. You've got 30 seconds. Warner Brothers team, congratulations. More pictures that side. More pictures towards that side, please. The sun vitamin D is waiting for you. Thank you. And now, my dear friends, the highest participation from the cycling group. And the champions are Hyderabad Cycling Revolution. Congratulations to the team HCL. Come on, join us on stage. Team HCL, Hyderabad Cycling Revolution. Kudos to you. Let's hear it for them. Woohoo! Congratulations, Team HCR. Like always, you've made it. There are a few more people who missed out the picture. Quickly join us, quickly. Team HCR, quickly join us. Woo-hoo! Team Hyderabad Cycling Revolution! Woo! Let's share this energy on social media. Tag HCL Cyclothon. Let's make more noise. Thank you very much to the team HCR for a fabulous job. Woo! It is that group and individuals, not just HCR, but all the cycling groups. We thank you for showing your participation. It really means a lot coming all together, coordinated on the Sunday morning. Regularly cycling together, that's build the spirit. Thank you, everybody. And right now, thank you very much, Team HCR. My dear friends, we come to the wrap of HCL Cyclothon 2025. One more picture. These pictures will never end because everyone wants to hold this trophy. Everyone individual pictures, 40 pictures coming up. This brings to the wrap of HCL Cyclathon Hyderabad 2nd edition. Let me ask you, is your energy still there? Is your energy intact? Can we make one more time a big noise for all of participants, to the marshals, to the volunteers team, to the team You Too Can Run, CFI, Government of Telangana, to the team events team Madison, and everyone, our partners. Thank you so much for joining us, for making it bigger than last time, and thank you to the cyclists for coming forward and having the trust in HCL. We promise we come back with a big bang in the next season. Until then, we'll keep posting about our next destination soon on the Instagram. So follow that and see you in the next city. I thank our corporate wellness partner, HCL Healthcare, recovery partner, Hyperice, medical partners, Pro Health by Apollo, nutrition partners, The Whole Truth, organic refreshment partner, Akshakalpa Organic, and official sports partner, Decathlon. And I thank each and everyone who's gathered here. I, your host, Anka Jyoti Sukumar, sign off right here, but I promise to see you very soon. Until then, have a ride or a drive back safe home. Always keep smiling, keep spreading the happiness. Love you all. Take care.